I was late.
Dear.
What? These are not my car keys.
But they must be, dear. Oh, I know it happened. Oh, that's right. Of course, I know. I remember looking for your car keys, and I couldn't find them. And then I remembered this bunch of house keys, which also has a garage key.
Then where in Sam Hill are my car keys?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose they're in your pocket. Why don't you look, dear?
Did Daddy find the keys?
Well, yes, he found the ones that were lost, dear, so he wins.
Here they are, right in my coat pocket.
You should have looked.
You mean Daddy gets the lollipop?
Yes, Daddy won. Here's the lollipop, Daddy. But take it.
I don't want any lollipop. Oh, golly, all the time I spend sifting that snow and looking...
Want it.
No, Daddy found the key, so he wins the lollipop.
No!
Oh, let her have it.
Let her have it. You're the one who just said she had to learn to be a good sport.
Oh, I don't know. Look, I've got to get the car...
Shovel and shovel and shovel.
We all shoveled. That was the game.
I don't care. It isn't fair. Daddy had a bigger shovel.
Daddy won the lollipop.
Oh, look,
Now just march right in the house and go up to your room. Go on.
No,
March
I
right.
hate you. I'm not going to live with you anymore.
All right, you pack your suitcase. We don't want anybody living with us who isn't a good sport. Oh, now, why are you just standing there? Don't the garage doors open?
she hates us.
Oh, all children say that when they don't get their own way.
This may be one of her most vivid memories when she grows up, that her father took a lollipop away from her.
Oh, go to work. I'm going in to see if she took off her overshoes before she traipsed upstairs.
Where's the car?
The what?
The car! Where's the car?
Well, you took it to Bailey's garage Saturday to have it checked. Didn't you pick it up?
No. I forgot. How dumb can you get?
Well, anyhow, honey, we got the driveway shovel.
Oh, poor Betsy. I don't think she's got a chance of growing up to be normal with two parents like us. Well, come on. I got to go and call a taxi. It's so late now that I... Look, you call a taxi, will you, honey? I'll just run upstairs and then see if...
And see if what?
Well, just see if Betsy's all right, and say goodbye. You know what I mean.
I do indeed, and don't you dare give her that lollipop.
Oh, certainly not. I wouldn't think of such a thing.
Oh, I'll bet. Now, don't give in. That's the whole point of it. Oh, fathers, what's the use? Your taxi's here, dear.
Yes. I'm coming.
Did you give her that lollipop?
No, I did not.
And tell her not to tell Mommy?
No, I did not. I know better than that, for Pete's sakes. I was very nice, but I gave her a little lecture on being a good sport, and she listened, and she understood, and we parted very good friends.
So she doesn't hate you.
Oh, well, I wasn't worried about that,
Oh,
really.
dear.
Oh, where's my hat?
That hat's right there. Well, I'm glad we've taught her a lesson.
Yeah, well, goodbye, darling.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, look, I'll pick you up about 6 o'clock. I'm taking you both out to dinner tonight, so dress up.
Taking us out to dinner? How come?
Well, look, she likes to dress up in her party dress, and, well, they give free lollipops to the kids at the Red Barn Inn.
Well, how did she swing the deal? Whenever I suggest eating out...
Goodbye, darling, bye.
I'm going to stop worrying about my daughter and take a few lessons from her.
Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye.
A Couple Next Door is written by Peg Lynch and stars Peg Lynch and Ellen Bunce, with Madeline Pierce as Betsy, and is produced by Walter Hart.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery, transcribed.
So that's all you're doing? Just asking?
Yeah, that's all I'm a-doing, just asking. When you found out we couldn't get delivery on that plane for 2 weeks, why'd you go ahead and order it?
Because we want an airplane.
But there's other airplane factories. Why didn't you tell them to go jump in the lake?
Because this is the kind of plane we want.
Well, just the same, it looks to me
forget
like...
it, will you, Doc? We've been over this once. We've been over it a dozen times.
Well, I'd like to know what we're going to do in San Diego for 2 whole weeks.
Sit here and like it. Besides, supposing we had the plane. We haven't got any plans. What would we do with it?
Well, I could think of something, I bet you.
Such as what?
Well, how about flying to the Hawaiian Islands?
And what would we do after we got to Hawaii?
Well, I hear they got some mighty good-looking hula girls in Hawaii.
Oh, nuts.
Well, okay, then. How about a non-stop flight from here to Singapore?
Yeah, or Timbuktu.
You don't like that either, huh?
No, I don't like that either, huh?
Well, we ain't been to Central America for quite a spell.
Well, now that's some better.
you kind of like that, huh?
I don't know. What will we do when we get there?
Well, how do we know? There's always something interesting to do in them countries down there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
I'll say it ain't. There's a lot of hot stuff down yonder besides food. And I don't mean the weather.
I wonder what Reggie'd say to Central America.
Oh, what the heck? Reggie don't care. If me and you say Central America, then Reggie says Central America.
We'll have to steer clear of Guatemala.
Oh, they probably forgot us by this time.
Don't you think they have? And there's one thing I don't want to do, spend the rest of my life in a Central American jail.
Boy, do they have filthy hooscows down there. Then it's Central America, sure enough?
Yeah, let's sleep on it. No, it sounds good.
And here we gotta wait 2 weeks before we can get started.
Now, Doc, don't start that again. Hey, where'd Reggie go anyway?
He said he's going over and sit in the lobby of one of them big hotels and look at the pretty women.
Reggie said that?
Well, I said it, and he didn't deny it.
Not Reggie.
No, I reckon he's over at the airplane plant, keeping an eye on our ship.
Now, that's more like it.
Yeah, he was saying this morning he's going to see that every bolt and wire that went into our plane is going to be right.
Well, he's the boy who can tell.
I'll bet he's about as popular as a mad dog over there.
He won't let that worry. What's the idea? Who are you calling now?
Same place. Hello? Give me room service.
Hey, you're not going to eat again.
Well, what else is there to do?
But this is the 4th time.
Hello? Room service? Well, looky. Send up half a dozen fried ham and egg sandwiches. Yeah, half a dozen. And a quart of milk. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's all. Wait a minute. You want any, Jack?
No, I don't want any.
Okay, that's all. And don't take all day.
Don't you realize at 6 o'clock we'll get down to dinner as soon as Reggie gets here?
Well, what the heck? 6 sandwiches ain't gonna hurt anybody's appetite.
Well, not yours, anyway.
Hey, Jack.
No?
You done any thinking about the maestro and Nasher lately?
No. Why?
Oh, I don't know. I keep feeling kind of bad. The maestro went and got himself sent up for life.
He was lucky not to get the gas chamber.
Yeah, I suppose so. But I keep seeing his big fat carcass is sitting on a stone bench in one of them little old cells. He wasn't made for that sort of thing.
Pretty tough, all right.
It's sure swell of you to get Nasher that job.
Oh, why not? She'd have starved to death without the maestro if somebody hadn't done something for her.
Yeah, she sure did depend on him a lot.
Dancing in a nightclub up in Hollywood isn't much of a job.
Well, just the same, the crowd sure go for her.
Well, it's a meal ticket anyway. She's as good as they seem to think she is. Maybe she'll get something better.
That poor old maestro. I wonder if he'll try any of his magic tricks up in the big house. Well, open the door. Come on in.
I can't. The door's locked.
Oh, hey, Jack, open the door for the waiter, will you?
Certainly not. They're your sandwiches.
Well, of all the two-tailed city cats.
Hey, you're gonna open this door, ain't you?
Well, ain't you got a key?
No, I ain't got no key.
Oh, okay, I'll get up. Just plain accommodating, ain't you?
Well, they're not my sandwiches.
Well, don't ask for one either.
Don't worry.
Hey, you guys and all.
I'm a-coming. Keep your britches on.
Oh, thanks, pal.
Well, hey, where's the sandwiches? I said, where's the sandwiches?
What sandwiches?
Well, ain't you the waiter?
No, I ain't the waiter.
Oh, you ain't, huh?
That's right, buddy. I ain't the waiter.
You don't say.
Sure I say. And don't neither of you boys bat an eye on account of I'm a torpedo and I'm hot.
You hear that, Jack?
Yeah.
I don't see no shooting pistol.
What you think this bulge in the coat pocket is? A birthday present?
Oh, so you're a torpedo and you got the drop on us. Well, what about it?
You got cash?
Well, what about it, Jack? We got any cash?
A little.
Yeah, we got a little cash, son.
And how about shelling out?
Oh, I get you now.
What do you mean you get me?
Well, you're one of these people who advocates the redivision of wealth.
I don't get you. No, don't move your hands.
I mean, you want half of everything we've got.
Wrong.
I am?
You bet. I want all of everything you got.
Just a doggone hog.
All right, come on. Cut the gab. I'm passing the collection plate. Shell out.
Well, now, fella, when you put it like that...
Hey, who's that?
Probably the waiter with Doc's sandwiches.
Waiter, huh? You let me handle this. And the first mug that speaks out of turn gets hot lead in his sandwiches.
You ordered sandwiches?
That's right. Bring 'em in and set 'em down.
Sure.
What kind of sandwiches are they?
Fried ham and egg.
Yeah? The egg's fried soft.
How can you eat a soft egg in a sandwich?
Well, what you standing there for?
I usually get a tip.
Oh, so you want a tip, huh?
Yeah.
Well, take a tip from me, buddy. Do something about that sore throat.
That ain't no sore throat.
It ain't?
No, I had my tonsils cut out and some of my vocal cords come out with them.
Get out. Get out of here.
No tip?
No tip.
No, I am glad I spilled them sandwiches on the floor.
Spilled them on the floor, huh? Well, they don't look spilled to me.
Hey, let them sandwiches alone. They're mine.
Quiet, buddy. Ham and egg sandwiches are my favorite fruit.
Why, blast your ornery hide.
Hey, that's good, too. What's that stuff in the bottle?
It's some milk, and you leave it be.
You drink it?
Of course I drink it.
Huh. I ain't had no milk since I cut my milk tooth. Almost forgot how it tastes.
Jack, are we just going to sit here and let him eat my sandwiches and drink my milk?
I am.
Well, I ain't, Dad, blame me.
Sit down.
Sit down, nothing.
Sit down. Or would you rather have a hole in your middle?
Doc, don't be a fool.
Well, that makes me just plain mad.
That's better. Hey, say, that milk ain't such bad stuff. No wonder babies cry for it. Goes swell with sandwiches.
You gonna eat them all?
Thanks, pal. I don't mind if I do. And say, how about ringing downstairs and having them send up some chocolate cake?
Well, I'll be doggone if I will.
You don't like chocolate cake?
No, I don't.
Well, I ain't adverse to a slug of coconut cake. You like coconut cake?
No. And I don't like banana cake.
What? You don't like banana cake?
No, I don't.
Oh, that's too bad. Here, hold it. I'm going to have me another slug of milk.
Get him, Doc. You bet you. Hey, look out, man. Hey. Get his gun, Jack.
I got it.
Now then, get up on your feet.
Hey, cut off the rough stuff, huh?
Eat my sandwiches, will you?
Hey, we shouldn't have knocked him out, Doc.
Why not?
Now we got a body on our hands.
Yeah? Well, just open the door.
What for?
Well, just open it. I'll show you. Yeah, kind of hefty at that.
What do you think you're going to do with them?
You see that linen closet across the hall?
Huh? Oh, I see. You want some help?
Nope. Just open the closet door. There. Let him sleep off my sandwiches in there.
I wonder what gave him the idea he could come into our room and hold us up in the first place.
Oh, probably just one of them smart operators.
Yeah. Well, by the time we get back into our room and clean up a bit, Reggie ought to be here.
Yeah, come on. I'm hungry.
Hey, Doc. Listen.
Doggone. Will you listen to that little old she-girl cry?
It's coming from the room right next to ours.
You think we ought to do something?
I don't know.
Yeah, come on. It ain't right to let a little old she-girl cry like that.
Well, guess it won't hurt to rap on the door.
Yeah. Try the knob. Unlocked?
Yeah.
Open it a crack. Let's see what's going on.
We may get our heads knocked off for this.
Hey, look. All alone, just laying here on the bed, sobbing her heart out.
Yeah. Well, what do we do now?
Well, I don't know.
I do. Come on in.
Who's there?
Hello.
Who are you?
We're from next door. We heard you crying. Is there anything we can do?
No. No, go away.
Hey, we can't leave you here crying like
Go
that.
away if you know what's good for you. Go away.
All we want to do
If
is...
you know what's good
This
for
is
you,
ChestertonRadio.com.
Why do you keep saying that?
It's true.
The BBC presents Guilty Party. A problem in crime detection, in which you are invited to match your wits with a panel of experts. John Arlott, F.R. Buckley, and Robert Fabian. First of all, you'll hear the crime play, The Fallen Angel. The panel will then decide on a line of investigation and cross-examine the suspects, who give unscripted answers to their questions. But first of all, here is Joe McCready, private investigator.
Touch me.
Joe?
Yes, Inspector. I know what you are going to say.
You do?
Yeah. We're lost again.
How do you manage it, Joe? 1 o'clock in the morning, and all we have to do is find a large private house tucked away in the backwaters of Maidenhead, and where are we? Lost.
Took a wrong turning somewhere.
The only thing to do is stop outside one of these big places and ask. Popular we shall be, shan't we?
There's an archway. They said you have to go under an archway. Let's try it.
Stood in a bolter's lock, I expect.
Look. They don't encourage people to visit them around here. This roadway has had no attention for years.
Slow down, then, or you'll bust a spring. One thing, it's a glorious moonlit night.
All the more reason why we shouldn't be lost. I say that's a noble-looking pile, if you like.
Mansion converted into flats, we found.
Ah, well, not bad, shall we?
All right.
They can only snap our heads off. But honestly, once you get off the main roads around these parts, you might be in the very jungle. I say, that house must be 4 stories high. Quite some place.
Not as nice close to as it was from a distance. Too modern. Built like a matchbox.
Hey, Inspector, look down the side of the building, on the concrete yard. Do you see what I see?
There's somebody in pajamas.
Yes. Taking a nap or something. Come on, let's see what's happening.
Oh, no. And all I wanted was a nice, comfortable bed.
Come on, stop moaning. The man in pajamas turned out to be a Mr. Leonard Angel. He wasn't taking a nap. He was dead. He lived with his wife in the top flat, and when we eventually made contact with her, which took some time, she was rather fuddled with sleep and drink. There'd been a party, apparently, and Mrs. Laura Angel had been enjoying herself. Coffee helped to sober her up.
Oh, I really am sorry about this, but we had quite a party. When I went to bed, I more or less died.
Your husband did die.
Poor Len, I can't somehow accept it. Only a couple of hours ago, we were all laughing and drinking together. Oh, no, that's not completely true. We weren't really laughing all that much at the end of the party. We had a row.
You and your husband?
Oh, the 4 of us. And poor Len.
Who were these 4 people? No friends?
Oh, they were all partners in the firm. Gorwood Plastics Limited. There was Len, Johnny Tidmarsh, David Jenkins, and 30 Tremaine.
What was the row about?
Oh, what does it matter? A row's a row. Our parties usually end up in a row. The point is, what's happened to poor Len? You're sure he's dead?
The police doctor's report will be in soon. From what I could see, he died from a fractured skull.
What do you mean he fell and landed on his head?
No. I mean, he looks as though he died from a fractured skull.
But you told me he was lying in the concrete yard.
Yes.
Well, that's strange, because the windows of our flat look out on the lawn.
All the windows?
Yeah. Our bedroom there. Then there's this living room. And that door over there is his spare bedroom. No windows overlook the concrete yard.
Yet he certainly looked as though he'd fallen. To me, anyway.
The roof.
The roof?
Yeah. Sometimes when he's had a few drinks, he goes up on the roof and he does exercises. Says it stops the hangover the next day. Maybe he did that and fell. It's a low parapet on the roof.
But he's your husband. Surely you know whether he went up there tonight?
We had another row after our guests left. So he went and slept in the spare room and I slept in our room.
So really, you don't know what happened?
Oh, I went to bed and died, like I said. Had too much gin. He must have been mad to go up and do exercises on the roof after drinking as much as he did tonight.
Just felt in that sort of mood, I suppose. Most time he'd just open the window and take deep breaths and all that. And I'd play merry hell about it. Len, dead. Oh, my God, what's going to happen to me? It's just beginning to penetrate it. And we were quarreling. We said some hateful things to each other. And those were the last words I ever spoke to him. Oh, Len,
Mrs. Angel, do any of the neighbors know you well enough to come and help a little?
No. Only parts of the building are occupied. The other rooms in the house are in the course of being adapted into flats.
Well, is there anyone? Friends, relatives we can call to be with you? You shouldn't be alone just now.
Only my friends. They'll stand by me. Bertie and Johnny and David.
Well, give me their phone numbers and we'll contact them. I dare say we shall want to ask them a question or two anyway. Oh, this will be the police doctor. Shannon, Jeff.
Okay, Inspector.
Oh, one thing. How does one get to the roof, Mrs. Angel?
There's a ladder that swings down from the ceiling at the end of the hall. The trapdoor in the ceiling has a lock on it to prevent children playing around up there. But Len had a key. I told him it wasn't safe. I told him.
Now, come in, Doctor. Well, what's the verdict?
And the doctor's verdict was that Leonard Angel had died as a result of a fractured skull. He had multiple injuries also, as one would expect from such a fall. On the soles of the plimsolls he was wearing, there were signs of green, muddy slime. We went up on the roof, the trap door to which was open, and the ladder in position for ascending. Where the parapet made its join with the roof itself, we found a narrow line of this same muddy slime, which had collected over the years as rainwater had washed the mildew and dirt into the sides and corners of the roof. At one point, there were slide marks as though someone had skidded. These marks were right above the spot in which we found Mr. Angel on the concrete. A clear case of accidental death, one would say. But in view of what Mrs. Angel had said about a row, we thought it advisable to ask a few more questions. The doctor stated that death had occurred at about 12:30 a.m. The first person to arrive at the flat as a result of our phone calls was Mr. David Jenkins.
A terrible, terrible thing to happen. Poor Len. You were a business colleague of his, co-director. Forward Plastics Limited is the company. We make all sorts of plastic materials. Indeed, if ever at any time you might be wanting some sheets of plastic, transparent or color-printed, we've got some very unusual designs. Yes, I'm sure you must have. Mrs. Angel said you'd had a quarrel with her husband. Yes. Pity. We all pitched into him, you see. Why? What was the trouble? We'd had a splendid offer for a takeover from one of the biggest plastics companies in the country. We all wanted to accept, but Len Angel wouldn't agree. And our legal agreement inside the company was that all four of us must agree to winding up the company or selling out. Otherwise, it didn't happen.
So now Mr. Angel is dead, you'll be able to go ahead and sell out.
Yes. If there's any bright spot in this tragic affair, that's it. I need the money. Was the argument very heated? Well, Ferdy and Johnny Tidmarsh and I did express ourselves pretty forcibly, you see. What about Mrs. Angel? Whose side was she on? Oh, on our side. Anything Ferdy Tremaine said, she'd support automatically.
Oh, like that, eh?
Laura's always had a soft spot for Ferdy.
Did Mr. Angel know about that?
Difficult not to know. She'd follow him round the room, looking all sheep's eyes at him. Got a bit embarrassing, I might tell you. Would you say that Mr. Angel was jealous? Well, naturally, he didn't like his wife playing up to some other chap, even if he was a co-director. Matter of fact, I reckon that the reason Len Angel was against the takeover was because Ferdy Tremaine organized it.
Now, tell me, Mr. Jenkins, have you ever been up on the roof?
The roof? Here, do you mean?
Yes. Apparently, Mr. Angel was in the habit of doing exercises up there, especially if he'd had a few drinks.
You don't say. Everybody to his own taste, say I, not my idea of fun. But then he didn't drink all that much tonight. Not as much as usual. What time did the party break up? Well, seeing that we were getting nowhere with Len, only saying rude things to him, it all broke up early, you see, about midnight. Where did you go then? My home, of course. You married? No. Housekeeper? No. Woman keeps the place clean, comes in every day for a few hours. I eat out mostly. So you went back to an empty house? Empty flat, yes. You didn't go back to the Angel's flat at all once you'd left at midnight? Not I. Why do you ask? You're not suggesting that somebody pushed poor old Len and sort of helped him into eternity, are you? Stranger things have happened. Well, if it's a question of motive, I don't think you should be asking me questions. No? No. Ferdy Tremaine is your man. Well, he's got it always now. He's got the takeover as he wanted it. He's got Laura Angel. He's all right, Jack. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. I think we'll have a word or two with Mr. Tremaine. This is a very sad business, Mr. Tremaine.
Oh, terrible shock. Awful thing. Poor Laura. But where? How? What happened?
We found him lying on the concrete yard. That's all we know.
The concrete yard? Well, had he fallen or something?
That's how it looks.
But where did he fall from? Was he in another flat?
Why do you ask that?
It's obvious, old chap. If he'd fallen from the window of the spare room, he'd have been lying on the lawn, not on the concrete.
We think he fell from the roof.
The roof? Well, what the heck was he doing up on the roof after midnight? Oh, don't tell me he's got a girlfriend up there. A damned uncomfortable spot to choose for a romantic rendezvous.
Was Mr. Angel in the habit of having romantic rendezvous?
Oh, he had his fun, all right. Led poor old Laura a devil of a life one way or another.
You're fond of Laura Angel, aren't you?
Oh, that Welshman's been opening his mouth, has he? Just because the chap behaves decently towards a woman who's having a raw deal, old Jenkins tries to make it into something it isn't. You know, he's a funny chap. Never quite sure about him. Never has anything to do with women himself, but always believes the worst of everybody else. Frustrated, I suppose.
You married, Mr. Tremaine?
Divorced, old chap. One of these marriages that don't work out. Mind you, no hard feelings. We're the best of pals still. Oh, but I say, this really is a pretty bad show, isn't it? I mean, did he fall, or was he pushed, so to speak?
What do you think?
Well, it's difficult to know what to think, really. The takeover's bound to go through now, which will save David Jenkins from the bankruptcy court. Makes you think.
We gather Mr. Angel was in the habit of doing exercises on the roof.
What, at midnight? With a wife like Laura? Oh, he must have been a nutcase. Exercises on the roof, I ask you.
You didn't know he went up on the roof to do exercises?
No, that was one of his peculiar little ways he never told me about.
How would you go about getting onto the flat roof of this place?
Well, never given it a thought. I suppose there is a way up there. Bound to be. There always is. But I'm not all that fond of being on the roof. Oh, you're not seriously suggesting that he went up onto the roof at midnight to do knees bend upward stretch? Oh, surely not.
Oh, we can only go by what Mrs. Angel told us.
And you think that he must have slipped or lost his footing somehow and fell over the parapet?
It's a possibility.
But what's the alternative? That someone followed him up onto the roof and then pushed him over? Oh, that's a bit far-fetched, that is.
Could have happened if anyone had sufficient motive. They might have attacked him in his own flat, then taken him up to the roof and pushed him over to make it look as though it was an accident.
Well, you'd have to be a very strong man to get a chap like Angel up the steps and through a trap door, or whatever the arrangement is up there.
Yes, wouldn't be easy, I agree. Tell us, Mr. Tremaine, what did you do after the party broke up?
I gave Johnny Tidmarsh, he's our other director, a lift home. I went in, had a night
What time did you leave his place?
Oh, 12:15 or 12:20, I suppose. He only lives about a mile away.
Were he and Mr. Angel on good terms?
None of us were on good terms with him tonight. He was crabbing this wonderful takeover offer we'd had. We were mad at him, I can tell you.
Did you come back here at all for any reason after leaving Mr. Tidmarsh?
Come back here? What for?
Well, maybe to try and get Mr. Angel to change his mind.
No fear. If I'd come back here, I'd have socked him one. I'd lost patience with the man.
That's what we rather imagined. Thank you, Mr. Tremaine.
Thank you.
Now, Joe, let's have a word or two with Mr. Tidmarsh, shall we?
Mr. Tidmarsh, you left the party with Mr. Tremaine, we understand.
Good gracious me. Yes, I did. Ferdy Tremaine drives like a madman.
Did he stay long with you?
No. The little woman was still waiting up for me, so we had a quick nightcap, the three of us, and off he went.
And did you go straight to bed then?
No, I kissed the little woman good night and went for a turn round the garden. I was in rather a state of turmoil mentally.
You didn't go back again to see Mr. Angel?
Funny you should say that. I made up my mind to walk back and have another chat with him. I got about halfway there and then decided it was a waste of time.
Did you get within sight of the house?
Yes.
What time would that be?
Oh, about 12:30, I'd say.
Did you see anybody on the roof of the building?
No. Why, was Leonard Angel up to his rooftop antics again? Oh, I beg your pardon. I keep forgetting he's passed on. I can't somehow believe it.
So you knew he was in the habit of climbing up to the roof to do his exercises then?
Oh, yes, he tried to get me up there one night. But with my stomach, I found it far too difficult to squeeze through the trapdoor. In any case, I'm not the energetic type. I'm built for comfort rather than for speed of action.
So there's a low parapet running round the roof.
Is there? I wouldn't know.
Well, it rather looks as though he slipped and fell over the parapet onto the concrete yard.
In that case, it could only have been an accident. Couldn't possibly have been foul play.
Why do you say that with such assurance? How do you know?
Oh, because it would be a physical impossibility for anyone to carry Angel's body up a rickety makeshift ladder, through a ridiculously small trapdoor, and onto the roof for the purpose of pushing him over the parapet.
Why do you say carry Angel's body? Are you suggesting that he was killed in his own flat and then pushed overboard, so to speak?
Well, it's a possibility, isn't it? But not from the roof. That wouldn't be a practical proposition. Not for me, anyway.
Could Tremaine or Jenkins have done it?
Well, not unless they were up on the roof and they attacked him there and then pushed him over. What was the time of death?
About 12:30.
Funny. I didn't see him up there at 12:30, and it was a bright moonlight night.
Mr. Tidmarsh, forgive me for asking, but does the death of Mr. Angel solve any problems for you?
Oh, indeed it does. It means that I can now retire comfortably and take my wife to live abroad. The doctors have said that another winter in this benighted climate could kill the little woman. I was more anxious than anyone that the takeover should go through. Now it will. Oh, I know it may sound callous, but in all honesty, I'm not as upset as I ought to be.
Thank you, Mr. Tidmarsh. Well, Joe, this is a rum how'd-you-do, if you like.
And a rum how'd-you-do was a very good way of describing this particular case. We examined Mr. Angel's body again. In the breast pocket of his pajamas, we found the key to the trap door leading onto the roof. It really did look like accidental death. But was it? What do you think?
Our three experts have heard the facts in the crime play The Fallen Angel. Now they have the right to ask questions of the people concerned. The completely unrehearsed questions will be answered without any script or help by the persons interrogated, and they must tell the truth, except in the case of the guilty party, who can and will try to get out of difficulty if he or she is able to. Over now to John Arlott.
We'd like, first of all, Ted Mason, before we get to the suspects, to ask you one or two questions. Was the flat door open or shut? It was a rim-type lock, and it was on the latch. In other words, anyone could push it open? Yes. How wide is this line of slime on the roof? Quite narrow, about 6 inches or less. Were the lights on in the Angel's flat when McCready and the inspector went to it? The light in the spare room was on, and of course the other lights were put on later when they got in contact with Mrs. Laura Angel. Right, thank you. Now I wonder if we might speak to Ferdy Tremaine. Sit down, Mr. Tremaine. Don? Mr. Tremaine, have you ever had a really late party with Lynn Angel? Oh, quite a few, yes. He enjoyed his booze. Have you ever discussed hangovers with him? Well, we both suffered terribly from them. I noticed that. I don't think it's actually come up in discussion very often. Well, has he ever suggested doing some exercises after a party? No, not by any means. It was a great shock to me when I heard about this. Mr. Tremaine, do you live alone? I do, sir, yes. Where? I have a little cottage just the other side of Bray. Well, how far is that from the Angel's house? It's roughly 15 miles, I think. How often do you see Mrs. Angel when her husband isn't about? Oh, occasionally. How do you arrange these meetings? Usually on the phone. I notice that she doesn't have a very happy life, and very often I ring up and pop round and see her, or meet in town, have a coffee. Does she ring you up? She has done, yes. Did she ring you on the night that this happened? No, she didn't, no. Tell me one other thing. What time were you rung to come to the Angel's flat? Oh, dear. It was around about, I'd say 1 o'clock. I got home at about 20 to 1. It must have been about 20 minutes after. Right. That'll do, Mr. Tremaine. Thank you. I wonder if we can now speak to Mr. Tidmarsh. Now, Mr. Tidmarsh, what put into your mind the idea of Angel being killed in his flat and thrown over the parapet?
Well, I suppose the fact that everyone's asking so many questions.
Angel once tried to get you onto the roof, didn't he?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Did you actually see him pull the ladder down?
Yes.
Open the trap door?
Yes.
What sort of a lock was on the door, you mean?
It's a rim-type lock.
Had he got his pajamas on when he tried to get you onto the roof?
Yes, he had.
Yes. Do you recall, what did he do with the key after he unlocked the trap door on that occasion? Do you remember?
I think he put it in his pajama pocket, but I couldn't be quite certain.
This trapdoor, was it wide enough for a strong man to carry another through it?
No.
It wasn't. What would you say was Angel's weight?
About 11 stone, I should think.
Now, if your guess was right and his body was taken onto the roof, could one person have pushed it up and another have pulled it through?
Yes, I suppose so.
When you set out to walk to the Angel's flat, were you at any time within sight of the windows of their flat?
Yes, it was a bright moonlight night. I could see them vaguely.
Were the lights on?
There was one light on.
What room might that be?
I should think it was the spare room.
You think it was the spare room? All right. Thank you. Perhaps now we could talk to Mrs. Angel. Sit down, Mrs. Angel. Doc?
Thank you.
Are you feeling better now, Mrs. Angel?
Thank you. Yes, very much better. Thanks for a lot of black coffee.
Good. Now tell me, have you ever discussed this habit of your husband's doing exercise on the rooftop with anyone?
Oh, good Lord, no.
Well, to be specific, have you ever discussed these exercises with Ferdy Tremaine?
Never mentioned it, Fred.
You never have?
No.
Have you ever heard him discuss these exercises with any of his partners?
No, I've never heard him discuss them with anyone at all.
Never been mentioned in your presence?
No, never.
How many keys are there to the trapdoor?
Well, there's one. Each flat has one.
You only had one?
We only have, yeah.
Where is it usually kept?
Well, it's usually kept under the clock on the mantelpiece in the living room.
Did he usually do his exercises on the roof in pajamas?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Did you telephone Ferdy Tremaine this night?
No, I didn't phone Ferdy, no. Ferdy phoned me earlier in the evening, before the party, just to ask if we got enough to drink and could he bring some more.
Did you phone him after the party?
No.
Did he phone you?
No.
Did you see any of the partners again after the party broke up?
I did not. I was dead to the world.
That's all right then, Mrs. Angel. Thank you very much. I wonder then if we could speak to David Jenkins.
Mr. Jenkins, how was Lynn Angel when you left him?
Well, I think it might be said that he was soberer than I might expect.
Well, he wasn't very drunk. No.
How did you know how Lynn Angel died?
Well, I didn't know at all until I was the first to arrive, and I was told by two gentlemen who were there at the time.
The other officers, you mean?
Presumably, yes.
How did you get home?
By car.
Mm-hmm. Now, what would happen to Angel's holdings in the plastic company on his death?
Presumably they would be inherited by Laura.
She'd inherit the interest and the voting power.
Presumably, yes.
Mm-hmm.
How much drink do you think Mrs. Angel had that night?
Well, it's very hard to tell. Quite a lot, I should say. I should say more than a husband.
What about any of the others? Would you say any of them were drunk?
No.
Would you say that either Tidmarsh or Tremaine was in a violent temper with Angel?
Oh, not a physically violent temper. No, I think they were just irritated by the fact that he wasn't prepared to sell.
Were either of them violent men?
I shouldn't have thought so, no.
Well, now, I'm sorry, Mr. Jenkins, because there's the signal for the end of our interrogation. Well, now, we're still satisfied that the clue is...
Oh, yes. It's difficult, a little...
Well, now, Ted Mason, we're satisfied that Ferdy Tremaine is, in the main, the guilty party. But we're sure there must have been some collusion with Laura Angel. The clue we're satisfied is that Tremaine knew that Angel was in the spare bedroom. But the only person who could have told him that is Laura Angel, because the row between her and her husband that caused him to go into the other room didn't happen until all the partners had gone. We think he came back to the flat intending to argue with Angel, knocked the door, and was told that Angel was in the spare room. We assume that he must have killed him in the spare room, got his body up the steps with Laura Angel's assistance, changed into his plimsolls, carried his body across the room, put the plimsolls back on his feet, and thrown him over the parapet.
That's a very good reconstruction of a crime. This crime isn't quite like that, but I'll give you 75% for ingenuity and for getting the main clue, which was, as you say, that Ferdy Tremaine knew that this man was in the spare room and not normally in the room with his wife. What exactly happened was this. You're quite right when you say there was a certain amount of collusion between Ferdy Tremaine and Mrs. Angel. Ferdy Tremaine asked Mrs. Angel to supply him with a key to the flat. And he also asked Mrs. Angel to insist upon her husband occupying the spare room. That's how he knew. And then he said to her, now forget everything else, have a lot of gin, and go into a heavy sleep, and don't think about anything, leave the rest to me. Then he came back. When he came back, our friend, Mr. Angel, was doing his exercises in front of the open window. Now, already, Ferdy Tremaine had got one of his large sheets of plastic material and spread it underneath the window of the spare room, so that when he walked in, hit our friend Angel over the head very hard, fractured his skull, in fact, pushed him out of the window. He landed on the plastic. Then later he removed the body from the plastic and put it round the corner on the concrete and wrapped up the plastic and took it away. He took off his plimsolls, went up on the roof, made the skid marks, but made a mistake and made skid marks on each foot, if you know what I mean. Whereas normally 1 foot only would have been sufficient for him to slip on, wouldn't it? He then came back to the trapdoor, took off the plimsolls, went down, and put the plimsolls back on Angel's feet, put the key back into Angel's pajamas pocket, and I think 75 to 80% you were right, and in fact it could have been done in the way you suggest, because you did get the guilty party and the fact that there was collusion.
John Arlott, F.R. Buckley, and Robert Fabian were the panel in The Fallen Angel, a problem in crime detection from the BBC series Guilty Party. The play was written by Edward J. Mason, and the program produced by Tony Shrine.
The First Nighter Program, a copyrighted feature coast to coast, presented by Campana, the makers of Solitaire, the new Cape Makeup, and Campana Balm, the famous hand lotion. Theater Time, Broadway, and another premiere is scheduled for the Little Theater off Times Square. If you're a lucky ticket holder, you're due for one of the most exciting experiences in Theaterland, an opening night performance of a brand new play. This is the occasion that will bring out dramatic critics, movie scouts, and, of course, a packed house, so we'd better be on our way. It's just a short walk around the corner. Will you join me? Broadway and 42nd Street. The sidewalks are jammed tonight with theater goers. And up ahead is the Little Theater off Times Square. Well, here we are at the Little Theater off Times Square.
Have your tickets ready, please. Have your tickets ready, please. Good evening, Mr. First Nighter. The usher will show you to your box.
Thank you. We'll go right in. Well, here we are. And now that we're comfortably seated, let's have a look at the program. Tonight's brand new play is entitled Mother's Angel Children by Anthony Wayne. Barbara Luddy, our popular leading lady, tops the all-star cast. And opposite Miss Luddy is her guest leading man, Willard Waterman. The play is pure fiction, of course, and does not refer to real people or to actual events. Now, just before first curtain, let's listen to Eric Sagerquist and his famous First Nighter Orchestra.
All right now, down on your bellies. Flat. Onto the ground. Hey, you. Lower the pitch on that tail of yours. I'm going to fan this field with machine gun bullets in a line 18 inches above the ground. Any part of you that sticks up higher than that will have a slice taken off it. Okay. Start crawling.
Major Bob, I made it.
Atta boy, Neville.
Me too, Major Bob.
Yes, good work, sir. You're a fine pair of commandos.
We're Rangers.
Oh, but Rangers are American. The British have commandos.
I don't care. We're Rangers.
Hey, what's going on? Just because you've been over here 4 years, you mustn't forget your own country.
But I want to be an American like you, Major Bob. Me too.
I think I'll have to speak to Grandma Davis. I don't believe Mr. Churchill would approve of the way she's raising you.
If it hadn't been for America, there wouldn't be any Mr. Churchill. His mother was an American.
Perhaps so. Yeah, come on. I've got to be getting back to the house. I'm due at Mitchell Field in 2 hours.
Look who's in front of the house.
Well, it's Cynthia. Say, maybe I'll get a lift out to the field. Hi there, Cynthia.
Hello, Bob, dear. Oh, and how's that dear little Sarah and her handsome brother Neville?
I'm fine, thank you, Miss Cynthia. Me too, thank you.
I thought I might be going away, Major Davis.
Anywhere near Mitchell Field?
Why, right by their front door.
Oh, lucky me. I'll get my things and be right out.
You like Major Bob, don't you?
Why, yes, I think he's very nice.
You plan to marry him?
Well, no, it's just a little previous. Besides, it's for the man to decide.
That's what they say. But when it comes to marrying, I've decided that men are just putty in women's hands.
Neville, I'm afraid you've been watching some she-wolves in action.
All ready?
Oh, well, hop in.
Now, you mind your P's and Q's, children. Do as Grandma tells you. I'll be seeing you next weekend.
Goodbye, Major Bob.
Bye.
Grandma Davis?
Yes? What's eating you?
Grandma Davis, do you like Miss Cynthia?
Why?
Major Bob likes her, I think.
He likes ketchup on grapefruit, too.
Well, if he likes her, I ought to like her, too. But I don't.
Now, don't let it keep you awake, lad. Strictly off the record, I think she's a little twerp.
Me, too. Good.
But now, sit down, both of you. I have some important news for you. Your mother sent you over here nearly 4 years ago, you know, so you'd be safe from the bombing in London.
Yes.
That probably was the hardest thing a mother could do. Part with her children. She's missed you.
You missed her, too.
Yes, I know, son. But she didn't want to bring you back until everything was safe in England again for children.
You mean we're going back?
Better than that. Your mother's coming over for you.
Mommy's coming here? She's coming to America?
If all goes well, she'll be right here with us in 4 days.
Sarah, did you hear that? Mother's coming. Oh, goody.
She was lucky enough to get passage on the Clipper, so she'll be flying across the ocean.
Gosh, the lucky stiff. I can hardly wait.
We'll keep her here for a good visit before she takes you back to England.
Back to England?
You shouldn't go before your school term is up.
No.
But we'll all plan to meet her at the airport Thursday.
Stop. There go the steps. When do we see Mommy?
Come on, we're going out there if we have to rush this gate.
Neville. Sarah. Hello.
Hello, Mother.
Neville, oh, Mother's little boy. Grown to be such a big boy. And my baby, Sarah. If you aren't a baby any longer, you're becoming a young lady. Oh, I want to squeeze you to death.
Hello, Margaret, darling.
Granny Davis.
Give me a kiss. Now, if I can just find a handkerchief, blow my nose, it'll be all right.
How'd you like your trip on the plane, Mother?
Oh, it was thrilling, Neville. But I wish you could have been along. I remember how you've always loved airplanes.
I still do. Me, too.
Oh, do you, dear? Well, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we'll all be going back by boat.
Is it all arranged, Mother?
Well, you can forget it if it is, because you're not going for a while.
What do you mean?
You're going to have a good rest, some real food, and a little fun at my house first.
What a little man you've grown to be, Neville. You put yourself to bed and managed so wonderfully.
You forgot I've grown quite a bit since you saw me.
No, I don't, darling. I've grown every day, every minute with you. You don't know how much Mother missed her big boy.
I missed you too, Mother.
Your daddy would be proud of you, Neville.
He was killed in France, wasn't he?
Yes. He died early in the war.
Was the Blitz over England very horrible, Mother?
Well, I'm glad you and Sarah were on this side of the water.
You're a stout fellow.
Thank you, Neville. I like that. Makes me feel warm all over. Good night, dear.
Good night, Mother, dear.
All in bed, Sarah?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you don't know how happy Mommy is to be tucking her own little girl into bed again.
I'm very happy you're here.
So am I. And we'll never be separated again, you and Neville and I. Ever.
You like America. We do.
I'm sure I shall.
Mommy.
Yes?
I think you're very pretty.
Now, whatever made you say that, Sarah?
But I do. I guess I just forgot how pretty you are.
Flatterer, but I love it. Now to sleep with you, darling. Good night.
Night. Sarah?
Yes, Neville?
Shh. I want to talk to you.
What about?
About Mother.
Isn't she nice?
Sure. And I've been thinking.
What?
Well, she's all alone, isn't she?
She has us.
No, I mean she hasn't got a husband.
Maybe she don't want one.
She ought to have one. She's young and pretty.
Yes.
She ought to marry someone like Major Bob.
Wouldn't that be swell, Neville?
See? Then he'd be our father.
I like that. Let's tell her.
No. We gotta be secret like Indians. Because Major Bob likes Miss Cynthia.
Oh, her.
We gotta liquidate her first.
What does that mean? Liquidate her.
Fix it so Major Bob won't like her anymore. Then we fix it so he marries Mother.
But how can we do that, Neville?
Now I got a plan. Listen.
And the curtain comes down on the first act of tonight's play in the little theater off Times Square.
Walking in the outer lobby or downstairs, please.
That lovely melody was inspired by a girl named Sylvia. Sylvia, whose face is so beautiful, it drifts through dreams. Smooth and adorable dream complexions, lovely enough to inspire instant admiration, are coming through from Hollywood to New York and right across the country, thanks to Solitaire, Campana's new cake makeup containing lanolin. So why don't you step out with a Solitaire complexion? Thrill to its even smoothness, its flattering natural color tones. You'll welcome its dewy, fresh softness of texture and the clever way it helps to hide small skin blemishes. Yes, indeed, you'll love Solitaire, and others will love it on you. See for yourself how kind Solitaire is to your skin because of its lanolin-rich base. Lanolin, you know, helps prevent skin dryness. And listen, these busy days, are you always in a hurry? Well, then you'll adore the way Solitaire sponges on in a jiffy. Stays smooth and even for hours and hours without retouching. It helps you look prettier longer. And let me impress you with this fact. Solitaire gives you one of the largest compacts of high-quality cake makeup on the market today for only 60 cents. Step up to your favorite cosmetic counter and insist on Solitaire in any one of 6 flattering shades.
Sarah. Mother! Maybe she's in the living room.
Your mother's not here, children.
It's Miss Cynthia. Yes. The time has come, Sarah. Let her have it.
Hello, Miss Cynthia. Hello, Neville. And how are you, Sarah, dear?
Very well, thank you.
Where's Major Bob? Oh, he's changing his clothes. He'll be down in a minute. Oh. I haven't seen your mother. What do you have there, Marble?
Yes. Miss Cynthia, don't you think my mommy's pretty?
Oh, yes, I do, Sarah. I think she's lovely.
That's what Major Bob said.
She's so young and... He did?
Yes, and a lot more, too.
Really?
Well, he said he liked her better than you.
Oh?
But he said you hung on to him like a bloodsucker and he didn't know how to shake you.
Now, just a minute. This is a little too thick.
What about it, Sarah?
That's what he said. I don't believe a word of it.
He said Mother's the kind of girl he'd like to marry.
So that's what's behind it all.
He thinks you're a big twerp.
No, Neville. A little one. Why, you impudent little... Listen to me, you little brat. I'll have you deported. I'll have you turned in as aliens if you dare.
What kind of talk is that? What's going on here?
Bob, these children have been positively rude.
Well, I don't see any reason for you to... Oh, wait till I answer that phone.
Look, Sarah, I can put both these marbles in my mouth.
Be careful. You might swallow them. Neville, what's the matter? He swallowed a marble. It's stuck in his throat. Slap him on his back. Yes, that's it. Yes, turn him upside down and slap his back. Come here, Neville. Now I've got your feet over the chair. Spit it out, you little demon.
Cynthia, leave that child alone.
What? She's beating Neville.
Yes, I saw it. I think this is disgraceful, Cynthia.
What do you mean?
For you to lose your temper to such an extent you'd beat a child, it's barbaric.
So, it's barbaric, is it?
Well, maybe they were rude, but they're only children. You might attempt to control yourself.
And you might stick your head in the mud puddle. You and these brats and the lovely Mrs. Boswell.
Well, why do you bring their mother into this?
I didn't bring her in. She came in on reverse lend-lease, and she's plenty reverse as far as I'm concerned.
That's a fine way for a lady to talk.
Who said I'm a lady? Of course I'm a lady. But one thing, Major Bob Davis, I'm not going to fight the Battle of Britain all over again. Goodbye.
Cynthia, wait. Oh, go on, then.
She did.
Women. They're the root of all trouble.
Pretty roots, though, don't you think, Major Bob?
I hope I never see another one again.
Hello, everyone. You didn't get your hope, Major Bob.
No. Hello, Margaret.
Hello, Mother. Is something wrong?
Wrong? What could be wrong?
Well, Cynthia just whizzed by me, spurting flames like a spitfire.
You're lucky she didn't dive on you.
But when I said hello, she responded with a peculiar noise that I think was meant to be unpleasant.
Does it sound like this, Mother?
That's it? Whatever does it mean?
In a nutshell, Mother. Nuts to you. It's called a Bronx cheer.
Oh, I didn't realize she was cheering me.
Hello, everybody. Where's what's her name?
Who?
You know, Thingamabob.
Oh, you mean Cynthia?
She took a powder.
Oh.
Look, Margaret, I have 2 tickets for that new show, The Voice of the Parrot. Why not join me, and we'll go in town tonight and see it?
That dirty show, it's not fit for a lady to see. By the way, you got an extra ticket?
Granny, you're incorrigible.
How about it, Margaret?
I'd love to, Bob, but really I shouldn't leave the children here alone.
Alone? What do I look like? Banquo's ghost? Never mind, maybe I do.
But I don't think it's fair to ask you...
Stuff for nonsense. If that tightwad son of mine makes you an offer, take him up.
Hey, now, Granny.
Very well, I'll go. Thank you, Bob.
Mother?
Yes, Neville?
What makes people fall in love?
That's a very difficult question to answer, Neville.
Well, suppose you wanted 2 people to fall in love. How could you make them?
Darling, don't tell me you fancy yourself as Cupid.
Of course not. Cupid's just a little kid that goes around with no clothes on.
Actually, I've never been very good at matchmaking. One usually tries to arrange for the 2 people to be thrown together a lot, I believe.
But what if nothing happens?
I really don't know. They say that jealousy sometimes acts as a spark to love.
Jealousy, huh?
This is a very deep subject for a little boy. Why not bother yourself with marbles or cricket and let romance wait until you're older?
Yeah, maybe I'd better. By the way, you notice how much Major Bob hangs around you when he's here?
Oh, he's just being nice because I'm a guest here.
Oh, yes?
Major Bob is a gentleman.
Well, even if he is, he likes you.
Neville, your imagination is positively running away with you.
His imagination when he tells me so?
Oh, did he?
Certainly.
Well...
Hello, children. What's cooking?
Fried chicken for dinner.
Where's your mother?
Over next door at Mr. Bancroft's.
At Bancroft?
Oh, he's been seeing a lot of Mother lately.
That weak-kneed draft dodger?
Mother thinks he's nice.
She does, huh?
Yeah, and he's taken quite a shine to Mother.
Oh, it's incredible. I thought your mother had better taste.
He's very wealthy, too.
Now, never mind. Don't tell me any more. What do you kids think of him?
Us? I don't like him. Me, too. I just hope Mother doesn't marry him. But we want her to be happy.
Hey, wait a minute. Here comes your mother across the lawn now. You kids duck. I want to talk to her alone.
Okay, Major Bob. We won't listen.
Hello, Bob. Just get in?
Yes. Been visiting our attractive neighbor?
Tom Bancroft? Yes. You know, I'm fascinated with him. He's growing orchids.
Lovely. What is he growing them in his hair?
Well, that's an odd thing to say, Bob.
Been seeing quite a bit of this Bancroft, haven't you?
No, just occasionally.
Charming moron, isn't he?
Bob, it isn't possible. You're not jealous.
Who's jealous? Why should I be jealous? Me, jealous.
Perhaps I was mistaken.
Perhaps I was, too. I gave you credit for better judgment than a guy like Bancroft.
Who, for instance?
Well, all right. Me. I might be in love with you.
Isn't this rather sudden?
Not more so than Bancroft. Of course, he's got plenty of spare time and plenty of dough. I'm just on army pay.
That's a rather ugly thing to say, Bob.
Well, it's true. A couple of million isn't to be sneezed at. But you might think of your children. You suppose they want Bancroft for a father?
Think of my children. Do you suppose I let them leave me for 4 years because I liked it?
Well, they don't like him.
They have nothing to worry about. I barely know Tom Bancroft. I tried to be pleasant because he's your neighbor.
Am I supposed to believe that?
Whether you do or not is a matter of complete indifference to me. But it's rather obvious that I've already overstayed my welcome here.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Please, Margaret. I didn't mean...
Let's forget it. But the children and I will be leaving just as soon as I can book passage.
At the the curtain comes down on the second act of tonight's play in the little theater off Times Square.
Smoking downstairs or in the outer lobby, please.
Many of you ladies have been asking a question that I would like to answer. The question is, how can I keep my hands soft and smooth regardless of the extra work I'm doing? All right, here's the answer. Replace the natural oils your skin loses with lanolin. You see, when your skin loses its natural oils due to hard work, exposure, and frequent washing, it becomes dry and parched looking. The softness and smoothness is gone. So the answer is, keep your skin supplied with a substance which scientists say most nearly duplicates the functions of the natural oils of the skin. And that substance is lanolin. And lanolin is contained in Campana Cream Balm. So when your hands lose their natural oils and become dry and unlovely, turn first to Campana Cream Balm containing lanolin. Now keep in mind that Campana Cream Balm contains lanolin, in addition to all its other skin-softening ingredients. And you'll understand why this new lotion with lanolin is growing in popularity daily. Campana Cream Balm is lusciously creamy, instantly soothing, delightfully fragrant, and completely free of after-use stickiness. So don't let your hands lose their appeal to romance. Ask for Campana Cream Balm in the yellow and white carton. If your hands are extra sensitive and extra dry from spring house cleaning duties, you may prefer Campana's other lotion, Original Campana Balm in the green and white carton, an extra rich, concentrated lotion for extra busy hands.
Downstairs, Mother.
Oh, I've some mending to do, and I'm more comfortable up here in the bedroom.
Maybe you don't want to see Major Bob either.
Why do you say that?
I heard him telling Granny that he acted like a heel.
He said that?
Uh-huh. He seemed awfully unhappy.
Well, he acted very badly indeed.
Are you mad at him, Mother?
Now, Neville, you mustn't bother yourself about this. We'll be leaving for home shortly. I should be glad to get back to England.
This kind of seems like home to me.
Yes, you've become quite Americanized. That's only natural after 4 years.
Mother?
Yes?
Are you in love with Mr. Bancroft?
Oh, darling, I'm not in love with anyone except my own little Sarah and Neville.
Not with anyone?
Not with anyone. Now go along and play. My, but you're an old worrier.
Granny, are you busy?
I haven't been busy for 20 years.
Could I talk to you?
Why not?
Man to man? Me too.
Sit down. You interest me strangely.
Sit here, Sarah.
Now, why are the brows all furrowed with care?
Granny, I'm a dope.
Is that all?
We spoiled everything. Sarah and I wanted Mother and Major Bob to fall in love and get married. Then Major Bob would be our father. We'd be Americans and wouldn't have to go back.
Well, so far, so good.
Of course, first of all, we had to get Major Bob out of love with Miss Cynthia. So we liquidated her.
Why, you infamous, depraved, ruthless little rapscallions. Nice word.
But Major Bob didn't fall in love with Mother then, so we decided to make him jealous.
Go on.
You know the rest. He got so jealous he got mad. Made Mother mad. Now they won't speak to each other. They've been mad for 3 weeks.
Yes, I'd say you loused things up in good shape.
It's all my fault, too.
What can we do, Granny? Everything would be fine if they just get married.
Well, let me put my thinking cap on. See if I can unravel this.
Yoo-hoo! Anybody home?
Oh, gosh, it's Miss Cynthia.
Come in.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Davis. And there's those 2 darling children.
Hello, Miss Cynthia. Hello.
Bob isn't here.
Oh, too bad. I did want to see him.
You're not mad at us?
Mad at you? Why, Neville, I love you dearly. If it hadn't been for you, I'd still be going with Bob and would never have met Tom.
No? Who's this lucky fellow, Tom?
Tom Bancroft. Haven't heard?
We're being married next week. Imagine me with all that money. I don't know what to do with it.
I don't suppose so.
Well, tell Bob, won't you? And the children's mother. Oh, I'm as happy as a bird. Goodbye.
Goodbye. A bird, huh? Probably a vulture.
Neville, everything's gone backwards. He's getting married instead of Mother. Yeah, I'm a fine Cupid.
Listen here. I think I've got a plan. You go out and play. And I'll call you when I have it all ready.
Hi, Mother.
Well, I haven't seen you since lunch.
Are we late for dinner?
No, it's only 5:30. Where have you been?
Oh, Margaret and I took a little walk.
Margaret and you?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you two were glaring at each other.
No, not anymore. We patched all that up.
Well, I'm glad of that.
You know, I think she's the most wonderful girl in the world, Mother.
You certainly run from cold to hot in a hurry.
As a matter of fact, I want to talk to you about her.
Yes?
I don't believe you're going to approve, but...
Bob!
Oh, what's the matter, Margaret?
Oh, Bob, the children. They've run away.
Run away?
Look at this note.
We wanted you and Major Bob to get married, so he would be our father. Margaret, do you hear that?
Yes, but read on.
But you're mad at each other, and we don't want to go back to England, so we're going west. Goodbye, Neville and Sarah.
We've got to find them, Bob. Perhaps something's happened to
Well,
them.
they can't be very far.
Oh, and to think I was afraid to tell them.
Tell them what?
That Bob and I were married last week.
You were married?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mother. I was going to tell you.
Well, I was afraid the children might not understand or approve of my marrying again. Neville, Sarah. Oh, my darlings.
You and Major Bob are really married?
Yes, really, dear.
We didn't run away.
Oh, I'm so glad you didn't.
Yes, but why did you leave the note saying you were?
We wanted you to get married, and Granny thought that might bring you to your senses.
Oh, Granny.
No, don't look at me like that. You ought to married her a month ago.
Gosh, yes. We had an awful time getting you two married.
Margaret, it seems we've been a little slow about things.
Well, kids, looks like you're a couple of Yankees now. How's it feel?
Hunky-dory. Boy, I'm right in the groove now. Oh, boy. Me, too.
And the curtain falls on another performance in the little theater off Times Square. Miss Lottie and Mr. Waterman are in front of our footlights. And now our leading lady, Miss Lottie, has a message for you from the government.
1944 is the year when we carry the war to our enemy. This is when we must throw into the fight everything we've got. So keep in mind every day that paper and cardboard are vital war materials. Save every bit of paper and all kinds of used cardboard boxes. Look in the attic or storeroom. Collect all you can. If you have any trouble getting your waste paper picked up, call the radio station to which you are listening.
Before we move out of the theater, let me invite you to be with us again next week at this same time, when Barbara Luddy will be starred in an original romance entitled Tall Like a Queen. Now we move out of the theater and into the street. What do you say we stroll down Broadway?
Good night, Mr. First Nighter.
Good night.
The First Nighter program is a copyrighted radio feature.
Listen, men. Tomorrow morning, right after you shave, try using Dress Skin, Campana's famous aftershave lotion. Makes your face feel cool, comfortable, refreshed, well-groomed. Yes, sir, Dress Skin, spelled Dreskin, is again available in limited quantities. Ask for Dress Skin at any drugstore. This is Mutual.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, The Guardian Angel of Genessee County, was written by Mark Siegel.
I don't like to gossip about another angel. But that Gabriel, really, there's a limit. Threatening to clip my wings and demote me to angel junior grade just for a thing like this. Well, all I can say is
Dr. Gale?
Yes, Gabriel?
Silence. I'm considering your case.
There, you see? An angel can't even think anymore, not even to himself. Next thing you know, there won't be any freedom of thought in heaven. It's undemocratic, that's what it is. It's just...
Dr. Gale, for the last time, stop that earthly grumbling.
Yes, sir. As I was saying, it was just a little thing, really. And now there's all this hubbub and commotion up here just because
Dr. Gale.
Yes, sir.
Can't you stop complaining?
Well, frankly, no, I can't.
Well, that's truthful at any rate. I think you'd better fly over here. I'm in the northeast quadrant. It's time for you to stand up and take your punishment like an angel.
The working conditions up here are really getting intolerable. Choir practice 3 times a day, wing inspection every 20 years, throne duty every century, and then you make the slightest mistake and Gabriel has you on the carpet. I'd like to tell you what I think about Gabriel. I really would, but I can't. I'm sorry. Angel's present.
Well, what's your explanation this time?
Well, it's like this, Gabe.
Don't call me Gabe.
I'm sorry, Gabriel. It's just that every few centuries or so, I get restless. You know, idle hands. I mean, it was only a minor miracle.
Dr. Gale, I don't know what to do with you. You're full of the... you're incorrigible. I'm afraid you'll have to stand a departmental trial.
A, departmental trial?
There's nothing else left to do. But first, we'll have to decide what to do with him.
With him? Who?
Oh, please, Dr. Gale, don't act so innocent. With that rabbi. Don't you think I know he's in the southwest quadrant on a cloud?
Gabriel knows all about it, of course. But he just has to have his little game. He knows perfectly well that I was assigned as guardian to this rabbi 45 years ago. He ought to. He assigned me to the job. It was quite a demotion, too, an assignment in Genessee County. Who ever heard of Genessee County? I could tell you the name of the rabbi and the community, but I'm not going to. There's absolutely no privacy in heaven. The least I can do as a self-respecting guardian angel is to see to it that there's a little privacy on Earth.
All right, Dr. Gale. Now let's review the facts.
But you know them all already.
Please, there are procedures. You take it on yourself to bring a live rabbi to heaven. No authorization, no coordination with the Department of Heavenly Records. No precedence for the case. Now, what's your defense?
There are mitigating circumstances.
Name them.
Oh, do I have to go into all that, Gabriel? I mean, really?
Dr. Gale, this is a pre-trial examination. Now, don't test my infinite patience. Recite the facts.
I'm not going to burden you with all the facts I gave Gabriel. It's enough to say that I told him that being guardian angel to the rabbi was a very boring assignment right from the beginning. I watched him grow up. I watched him become a good student. I watched him lead his class at a theological school. Oh, I admit I had a flicker of pride the day he was ordained. But then he went and took that pulpit in the dreary little town in Genessee County. Really, the assignment was a bore. There wasn't a thing for me to do. That's about what I told Gabriel, but he wasn't satisfied, not Gabriel.
And you call that a mitigating circumstance? That you found your assignment boring?
Well, it's just that there was nothing to do, Gabriel, nothing at all. So I began to devote my attention to details, little details. I just wanted to be helpful.
What little details, Zaxagale?
Well, that matter of the congregation's talking.
Talking?
Talking. Every time the rabbi got up to deliver a sermon, someone in the congregation would be talking. It got so I couldn't stand it. Every Saturday morning for 20 years, I've watched. And just as the rabbi gets into the pulpit, during that little pause between the service and the sermon, some man leans toward his neighbor and says, "Want to play golf tomorrow, Joe?" Or one of the women whispers,
"I've been thinking about it, Sylvia. Not a theater party this year, a strawberry festival."
And the rabbi, what does he do when this happens?
Nothing, Gabe. Absolutely nothing. He just stands there and waits for them to quiet down. I tell you, Gabriel, that rabbi, he's an absolute angel.
Oh, very good, Zaxagale, but now we're up to this morning and your indiscretion.
You're prejudging me.
Nothing of the sort. What happened this morning?
Ah, yes, this morning. Well, it's a beautiful spring day down there in Genessee County this morning, Gabriel. If you take your nose out of that record book, you could see it. You see plants pushing up through the soil, birds singing, sap rising in the trees.
Please, Zaxagale, I'm familiar with the awakening of nature. What happened inside the synagogue?
Well, just about half an hour ago, I was watching as usual. The rabbi walked to the pulpit when it came time to deliver his sermon. Now, he's particularly proud of this sermon. Worked on it since last Tuesday night, in fact.
And?
When he stood up, there was the most infernal gabble going on.
My friends, my sermon today...
It was the worst infraction in 20 years. It must have been the weather or something. They just wouldn't stop talking.
My dear friends, I would like to begin my sermon.
Nothing would stop their talking. Really, it annoyed me terribly. You know how I hate people who talk too much.
I hadn't noticed.
No, it doesn't matter. Finally, the rabbi tried a third time.
My friends, I must ask you to allow me to proceed with the sermon.
But they went right on. Really, it was just too much for an angel to bear. Even the rabbi, after 20 years of suffering in silence, seemed just a little annoyed.
Did he tell the congregation that?
No. But a thought crossed his mind. Of course, I knew what it was. Angels can hear even the littlest thoughts, you know.
I'm familiar with the phenomenon. What was the thought?
Well, the rabbi listened to the buzz of the congregation for another moment. And then he thought,
I wish to heaven I had a quieter congregation.
That's reasonable.
Of course it's reasonable. And the second he thought it, I said to myself, at last, Zaxagale, something to do. So I reached down, and faster than you can say Genessee County, I brought him up here for reassignment.
Well, I must say you've got yourself into a fine mess, Zaxagale. A very fine mess indeed.
Now, look, Gabe, I'm sure we can find him another congregation. Someplace interesting, maybe? San Francisco or Paris, maybe?
Silence!
Yes, sir.
I am not concerned about the rabbi. We can straighten out his situation. It's you I'm considering.
Me?
You forget that this is a pre-trial examination.
I'd like to, but you don't let me.
Nonetheless, it is. And your defense is weak, to say the least. Boredom is no excuse for an angel. Angels are not bored, Zaxagale.
They're not?
They are not. The only possible defense you have when you come to judgment
is the goodness of the rabbi?
Precisely.
Gabriel, for your own good, I advise you to drop the entire proceeding.
What's that? What's that you're saying?
If my case rests on the goodness of the rabbi, I've won it. Really, Gabe, as a friend of yours, I'd advise you to drop the whole matter like a hot potato. Now, you know, you may have seniority. But
I'll worry about myself, Zaxagale. Just now, we'll concern ourselves with... I'm ready to take your testimony. And please...
Please what?
Please, no ethereal poetry. Just the facts, the plain, unvarnished facts.
Well, now, point one.
Yes?
Point one, the rabbi's congregation needs him.
The congregation needs him. And that's your defense for bringing him here for reassignment? Oh, that's completely illogical.
Now, Gabe, 1 point at a time. I'm trying to show that the rabbi is so good that any angel might have made the same mistake. The fact that the congregation needs him is a material argument.
Completely illogical, Zaxagale. But for the sake of peace, I'll go along with you. Now, what's the proof?
Lots of proof. May I use your special events receiver?
Oh, if necessary.
I'll just tune back to the minute I snatched him. That is, the minute I brought him up here. There it is. Now listen.
The rabbi. What's happened to the rabbi?
He's disappeared. He's completely disappeared.
Now, just a minute, everybody, please. As the president of the congregation, I ask for order. Now, did anyone see the rabbi leave?
Leave? He didn't leave. He evaporated.
Now, just 1 minute, please.
Well, I know.
Let me have a look at the pulpit. There's not a sign of him here. Except his shoes.
His shoes? The rabbi's shoes are there?
Right where he was standing.
Well, what are we to do?
Do? There's nothing to do except go on with the service.
Well, Mr. President, don't you think we should call the police?
Maybe. After the services. I don't think the police are very effective in cases of evaporation of rabbis. Maybe the services themselves are more effective. I think we should pray for the return of the rabbi.
All right, then let's pray.
Before we start, there's something I want to say.
What's that?
I notice one of the rabbi's shoes has a hole in it. When he gets back, maybe we should consider a raise in his salary. Not very convincing, Zagzagale. Not convincing at all.
Well, that's just the way they are in Genessee County, Gabriel. Pretty cool-headed folks, that's what they are. But they sure need the rabbi.
They seem to be able to go right ahead with their services.
Doesn't that prove they need the rabbi? He's taught them that they can pray without him, but they're praying to have him back, aren't they?
They sing very nicely in Genessee County. Better than some folks I know up here, in fact.
Oh, please, Gabriel, no personal remarks.
Oh, but I don't think singing is admissible evidence. Now, if you look here at the code book...
Never mind, I take your word for it. You want further proof that they need the rabbi?
Anything you have to offer will be considered. That's as far as I can go.
Do you mind if I borrow your thought receiver?
Not at all. All facilities are available for your defense.
All right, then. Listen. Aha, there. We're tuned in to Mrs. Zinman.
At a time like this, he has to leave. Just when Marilyn finds a nice boy with the caterers ordered and everything. All the invitations out, too. This is terrible. Absolutely terrible. If the rabbi doesn't come back, who's going to marry my Marilyn?
Here, Gabriel, here's the president.
2 bar mitzvahs scheduled for next week, 3 the week after. That rabbi is so undependable.
And here's the president of the sisterhood, a very practical woman.
Now, let's see. Who can we get to take the rabbi's place at our next Bible study class?
You see, they really need the rabbi.
Zagzagale, every congregation needs a rabbi to perform marriages and officiate at bar mitzvahs and conduct Bible classes. Oh, you're in bad shape, my boy. Very bad shape.
I didn't say I was through, did I?
You never do.
You know, this rabbi has interested several young men in Genessee County in studying for the rabbinate.
Interesting, but not too material.
He's built them a beautiful synagogue. Do you care to have a look?
Prayer isn't a matter of steel and stove, Zagzagale.
He's very active in community organizations.
So are many men.
And in the pulpit. Such wisdom, such eloquence.
I've warned you already. No poetry, please. Give me another fact.
A fact? All right, a fact. He's an understanding man. He understands children. Now, you take that time he had a boy who was a problem in the Hebrew school. The teacher didn't know what to do with him.
Rabbi, he's impossible.
No child is impossible, Miss Lerner. A child is a child.
You don't have him in class.
Yeah, that's true. But I expect to see him more often from now on. I've made him an offer.
You're appeasing him?
I've offered him a job.
What kind of a job?
As my special assistant. I think it'll give him a sense of importance.
Fine, Rabbi, fine. What's he supposed to do?
You know those back issues of study guides I have in my bookcase?
Of course I know them. There are hundreds of them.
I've asked him to file them for me. In order.
But, Rabbi, I spent hours filing those guides. They're in perfect order.
Don't you think I know that, Miss Lerner? Now, hurry, get in there and mix them up.
Very nice, Zagzagale. I must admit, very nice, but a little on the light side. Oh, you'll need something more substantial for your defense.
Well, now, perhaps that day he talked to the president of the congregation is what you're after. It was at a meeting of the men's study group. The rabbi had just finished his lecture on the sayings of the fathers, and there was quite a good attendance.
Rabbi, I want to congratulate you. That's one of the finest classes I ever attended.
I agree with the president, Rabbi. It was one of the best.
And one of the most unsuccessful.
Gentlemen, listen to this. After a brilliant lecture like that, the rabbi says he's unsuccessful. You see, it's what I've been telling you. He's not only learned, he's modest, too.
Rabbi, I don't understand. What do you mean unsuccessful?
You have to ask the president. He's the only one who can answer your question.
I can answer it, Rabbi? How?
You own a large business, don't you?
What's that got to do with what we're talking about, Rabbi?
I hear your employees want you to help them set up a pension fund.
Rabbi, we're talking about our study group. I'd be glad if you'd keep my business out of it.
I told you it was a very unsuccessful lecture.
Now, look here, Rabbi. What are you getting at?
All right, here. I'll show you. In the portion of the sayings of the fathers we've been studying, Simeon, the son of Rabban Gamaliel, said, "Not learning, but doing is the chief thing."
Did he also say I have to give my employees a pension fund?
No, he didn't say that. That is, not if you don't care if my lecture was unsuccessful.
And the employees got their pension funds, Gabriel?
They got it, Gabriel.
Oh. I shall make a note. Courage. But that's still not quite what I'm after.
The young couple he persuaded not to get divorced?
Noted. To try again.
His appeal to the mayor for better schools.
All very good, but not good enough. Now, look. I'm trying to do the best I can for you. Haven't you got something more dramatic? Something to capture the imagination of the court?
As a matter of fact, Gabe, I do. And when you hear this one, old fellow, if you're any kind of an archangel at all, you should promote me to the ranks of the senior seraphim. When the rabbi first came to Genessee County 20 years ago, things were pretty bad. The county was in the grips of the Depression. You know, the sort of thing we used to call a famine. Well, he'd hardly got settled in the little house the congregation had provided for him when one day a man came to his door. The man's clothes were shabby, but his face looked more threadbare than his overcoat.
Are you the new rabbi?
Yes, I'm the rabbi. Come in, won't you?
I won't take long.
Oh, that's all right. Please, here. Sit down. I'm afraid I don't know you. What's your name?
The name doesn't matter.
It doesn't? What can I do for you?
Rabbi, I've come to make my peace with God.
Your peace with God?
Oh, you're in trouble. Real trouble.
A crime? Have you committed some kind of crime?
No, I haven't, Rabbi.
Oh, you can talk to me in confidence. I can advise you. I don't have to reveal anything, not even on the witness stand. You know that, don't you?
Yes, I know it, Rabbi. But I haven't committed any crime. I haven't done anything dishonest.
Well, then I don't understand. What do you mean you want to make your peace with God?
Rabbi, I...
Oh, don't be afraid. Go ahead. Tell me.
Rabbi, I'm planning to take my life.
The rabbi looked at the man that he'd never seen before. And the man looked at the rabbi he had never seen before, and for a moment, there was a silence between them.
My friend, do you consider yourself a religious man?
Rabbi, why do you think I came here?
But you can't make peace with God for committing suicide.
Why not? Don't he understand?
Well, he understands everything, but to destroy a life, even your own, that's a violation of the very fundamentals of Jewish law.
I can't help it. There's no other way.
Maybe you'd better tell me why.
I'm beaten, Rabbi. Beaten and broke, that's why.
What do you mean, beaten and broke?
I have no job. I have nothing to eat. I have no home.
There are others in the same terrible condition.
You don't understand, Rabbi. You haven't been here long enough. I had a big business here in this town until it failed.
Well, that's no reason to take your life.
I've gone on as long as I can. I can't stand it anymore. I sleep on a mattress on the floor in a friend's house. I and my wife on the floor.
You and your wife?
I can't stand it. I can't stand seeing her suffer anymore.
You can't stand seeing her suffer? You're married and you can't stand seeing your wife suffer?
Not another day.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for you and I'm sorry for your wife. But I'm sorrier for her. Why don't you love your wife?
Don't love her. I adore her.
How dare you say you love your wife? You hate her. You despise her.
Don't say that, Rabbi.
I'll say what's true. You're willing to expose your wife to further poverty. You're ready to let her bear what you can't take.
That's not so.
Now, I don't want to say this, but I have to. I've never put eyes on you before. But you're a coward. Nothing but a coward.
I should have known better than to come here.
If you were any kind of a man at all, you couldn't do this thing.
I've told you the story. What do you expect me to do?
What did you say?
I said, what do you expect me to do? What can I do?
Good. Good. That's what I wanted you to say. If you're ready to do something, everything will be all right.
It worked out all right, too. The rabbi saved that man's life. And as I keep telling Gabriel, although he doesn't seem to be listening, if he who saves one life is as one who has saved the whole universe, why should his guardian angel be punished for bringing him to heaven for reassignment?
Because it's not done that way, Zaxagale. It's just not done that way.
He wished for a quieter congregation, didn't he? I still think he deserves one.
Perhaps he does, and perhaps he doesn't. Why didn't you quiet the congregation then?
Oh, Gabriel, you know better than that. I'm the rabbi's guardian angel, not the congregation's.
Oh, true. Yes, that's true.
Well, that's my defense.
Noted.
But there's just one other point I'd like to make.
I'm listening.
In that whole noisy congregation, in that whole gabbling group...
Yes?
The one who talks the most, the one who's always asking his neighbor about a golf date...
Yes, I'm aware of that.
...is the man whose life the rabbi saved.
Oh.
Gabriel looks thoughtful. That last point, I'm pretty sure I scored with that one. I tell you, when an angel's right, he's right.
Rabbi.
Hadn't you better use the voice of authority? You know, the one you use with me?
Not with the rabbi, Zaxagale. Rabbi, do you hear me?
I hear you, Gabriel.
Oh, Rabbi, as you've probably gathered, there's been a slight mix-up here.
Oh, I don't mind, Gabriel. It's been a very enjoyable trip. Very unusual.
Yes. Your guardian angel, Zaxagale, is in some small difficulty over his error. But that needn't affect you.
Well, if there's anything I can do for Zaxagale...
Oh, you've done a great deal already. Now, there may be some merit in his notion of
reassigning you. Where would you like to go? Well, if you don't mind, Gabriel. Anything you say. Genessee County. But that's where you've come from. And it is rather a noisy congregation. Noisy or not noisy, foolish or brilliant, bad or good, Gabriel. It's my congregation. Genessee County, please, Gabriel.
I begin to understand Zaxagale's mistake, Rabbi.
Thank you, Gabriel.
We would appreciate your discretion in keeping this whole matter private, Rabbi.
Huh? Oh, you have my word, Gabriel.
Oh, that's more than enough for me, Rabbi. Well, ready?
Quite ready, Gabriel.
Goodbye, then. And, oh, yes.
What, Gabriel?
Keep up the good work in Genessee County. And I'm sure you'll have a good trip back. Ready?
Quite ready, Gabriel.
Goodbye, then. And, oh, yes.
What, Gabriel?
Keep up the good work in Genessee County. I couldn't do better myself.
I can see that Gabriel agrees with me that I have a pretty strong defense. But he is a stickler for the rules and regulations. All that I can try for now is a postponement of the trial. I'd like to get this thing put off for, 120 years. You see, that rabbi from Genessee County, he's a very effective witness, and by then, he's sure to be back.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting General Melvin Krulowitz of the United States Marine Corps Reserve. General Krulowitz.
You all know that rabbis have their troubles and tribulations, and I'm sure it's true of all gentlemen of the cloth. From our script today, we can see that it sometimes is true even for angels. On this occasion, a time of year when we're all mindful of the celebration of Memorial Day, as a Marine, this is a fitting time to be reminded of the influence that spiritual leaders have had upon my life. I was brought up under the benign influence of the Jewish Theological Seminary and celebrated my bar mitzvah in that great American ecclesiastical institution. When I read the Bible portion, on that fateful day of my confirmation. I had to run the gauntlet of the greatest minds in Judaism, all sitting in the pulpit, and each one giving me the sergeant major look. There was Solomon Schechter, its president, who was called to the seminary from Cambridge University to become the great American leader of conservative Judaism, Louis Ginsburg, the world's greatest scholar in Talmud, Alexander Marx, under whose inspired leadership the library of the seminary grew to be the world-renowned repository of Semitic literatures, and their distinguished colleagues, all scholars of the highest standing. I was no angel, but to read my stint before them almost made me feel qualified. Now, after participation in 4 wars, I must say that the warming influence of the seminary's rabbis and chaplains in our military service has been a source of comfort to me and to thousands of servicemen of all religions throughout long years of service. I spent some time in the Hawaiian Islands and visited Lahaina, where the mountains meet the sea. There's a school located in that village, which was established over 100 years ago by the visiting missionaries. That little country school, nestling in the mountains, has a most significant motto, which in English may be translated as, "The strongest winds from the mountains cannot extinguish the torch of our learning." So it can be said of the great centers of religious, cultural, and spiritual values in our glorious land. No ill wind of adversity from any quarter can ever extinguish their effectiveness in giving real purpose and inner security to our lives.
Thank you, General Krulowitz. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Guardian of Genessee County, was written by Mark Siegel. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Mandel Kramer, Mercer McLeod, Betty Kane, David Gothard, Raleigh Bester, Roger DeKoven, Norman Rose. This is Mel Brandt. The Eternal Light is directed by Daniel Sutter. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
It was the maddest, gladdest, damnedest existence ever enjoyed by mortal youth. A newspaper reporter in those days had a grand and gaudy time of it, and no call to envy any man. And yet I have marveled that the human race did not revolt against the imposture, dig up the carcass of Gutenberg, and heave it to the buzzards and hyenas in some convenient zoo.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Bring On the Angels, an affectionate revival drawn from his own book newspaper days of the early life and times of Henry L. Menken. The man in the bed has had a stroke, a being full of gusto and sour joy. He's paralyzed. A master's master of words. He'll never speak sense again. He's 68. His eyes are open, but there's no fire there. They see instead inward. What the sudden grab of thrombosis has left of his brain now gropes in the swirling mist of reversing time. Seeks, finds, remembers.
I remember my father died on Friday, January 13th, 1899, and was buried on the ensuing Sunday. On the Monday evening immediately following, I presented myself in the city room of the old Baltimore Morning Herald and applied to Max Ways, the city editor, for a job.
Mr. Ways, sir?
I was 18 years, 4 months, and 4 days old. Wore my hair longish and parted in the middle, had on a high, stiff collar and an ascot cravat, and weighed something on the minus side of 120 pounds.
Sir?
What's the problem, Sonny?
I'd like a job, a reporter's job.
Got any experience?
No, sir.
Been to school?
Baltimore Polytechnic Institute, but I've done some writing.
Poetry.
Well, yes, sir.
What makes you think you want to be a newspaperman?
Well, I think it'd be exciting.
Huh. You working?
Yes, sir, for my Uncle Henry at Menken and Brother, the cigar factory.
What's your name?
Menken, sir. Henry Lewis Menken.
Well, I'll tell you, Henry Lewis, we don't have any opening right now, but you drop in now and then evenings, say between 7:30 and 7:45. Something might turn up. Hey, boy.
The next night, precisely at 7:31, I was back. Max waved me away without parley. The third night, he simply shook his head. The fourth, fifth, sixth. Well, to make an end, this went on for 4 weeks, night in and night out, until Thursday, February 23rd, 1899. I found Max reading copy. For a few minutes, he did not see me. Then his eyes lifted, and he said, casually,
Go out to Governorstown, see if anything's happening there. We're supposed to have a Governorstown correspondent, but he hasn't been heard from for 6 days. What'd you get, Henry?
Well, there were only 2 lights burning in town, so
The news.
The Imperial Order of Red Men have postponed their oyster supper to March the 6th.
Stop the press. Anything else?
Yes, sir. A horse was stolen.
Give me a stick.
Sir?
A stick is 1 paragraph. Pen and paper over there.
I was up with the milkman the next morning to search the paper. And there it was.
A horse, a buggy, and several sets of harness, valued in all at about $250, were stolen last night from the stable of Howard Quinian near Kingsville. The county police are at work on the case, but so far no trace of either thieves or booty has been found. He didn't change a single word.
I was hooked. I was in print. I was a reporter. I was hired.
Sonny, I'm going to give you a start. I'm going to put you on the payroll at $7 a week. If you make good, you get a raise.
Well, that's wonderful, Mr. Ways.
To $8, and the name is Max.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't long before I had a typewriter, a spittoon of my own, and a beat. Oh, those were the days. The happy days. The days that chased each other like little kittens chasing their tails. The very first week, I landed in court on the witness stand. The reformers had blithered up a crusade against the bawdy dance halls, and I became an unwilling witness against 2 cops who had been aware of what was going on.
Well, I was there in my official capacity, and I presume the police were.
Answer the question. Did you see the defendants there?
Well, I spoke to many officers of the law that night. I may have
The
seen...
poor flat feet were guilty, for I talked with them there many times. But I managed to sophisticate my testimony with so many ifs and buts that it went for nothing, and they were acquitted. That was my first and last experience as an agent of moral endeavor. I made up my mind at once that my true and natural allegiance was to the devil's party. And it has been my firm belief ever since that all persons who devote themselves to forcing virtue on their fellow men deserve nothing better than kicks in the pants. Hence Menken's law. To wit,
whenever A annoys or injures B on the pretense of saving or improving X, A is a scoundrel.
I learned my trade from veterans who had seen Lincoln clear. Sometimes, for instance, it would be a matter of legging it to the iron wilds of Locust Point. But De Becker was more experienced than I and had a beard to prove it.
Come with me, Menken.
Where are we going?
Never mind, come with me. Two beers, dark. Again. Henry, why should we walk our legs off trying to find out the name of a stevedore kicked overboard by a mule?
Yeah, but my city desk wants
The
us...
fact, my boy. That another poor man has given his life to engorge the interests is not news. It happens every 10 minutes.
Well, kicked by a mule.
That is the story. Men are not kicked overboard by mules every day. That is the story, not the name. Therefore, I move you, my esteemed contemporary, that the name of the deceased be Ignaz Karpinski. That the name of his widow be Marie. That his age was 36. That he lived at 1777 4th Avenue. And that he leaves 11 minor children. Charlie!
And so the sad facts were reported in all 3 Baltimore papers the next day, along with various lively details that occurred to DeBecker with successive beers. This labor-saving device was in use the whole time I covered South Baltimore, and I never heard any complaint against it. Every one of the 3 city editors, comparing his paper to the other 2, was surprised and pleased to discover that his reporter always got names and addresses right. But we never stooped to faking. Well, hardly ever.
Henry, my boy, that was a fine story on the judge and the wife beater. Did he actually... Where's that copy? I quote, "The crime you're accused of committing, thundered Judge Grannon, is a foul and desperate one, and the laws of all civilized nations prohibit it under heavy penalties. I could send you to prison for life, I could order you to the whipping post, or I could sentence you to be hanged. But inasmuch as this is your first offense, I will be lenient. You will be taken to the House of Correction and there confined for 20 years. In addition, you are fined $10,000. Henry, did Gene Grannon actually say that before he suspended sentence on the poor boob?
Well, not exactly. In the bar next door to court, he said he wished...
All right, Henry. Nice story. Nice color. Writing. That's the thing, my boy. From now on, $16 a week. But never forget, my boy, that the newspaper business builds its profits on the life, blood, and ambition of youth.
By this time, I had begun to reflect upon my trade. It worked me too hard. More than once, I produced 5,000 words of copy between noon and midnight. Not in a single story.
Why?
But perhaps 12 or 15, every one of them requiring some legging. But there were compensations. Max put it best, I think, one night at the Stevedores Club.
Who touches a hair of John Greyhead dies like a dog.
Henry, my boy, you're a good writer. Too good for this trade. Someday you'll get out.
Well, I'd like to do a novel or a play.
That's right. But where else, my boy? Where else can you see the show from a reserved seat in the first row, huh?
You mean light?
I mean humanity.
Two beers?
Light for me, dark for my nephew here. Humanity, Henry. The rest of the boobs have to wait in line and shove for places, but we get in by the side door. Here's to the Fourth Estate. Long may it slave.
Integer vitae scelerisque puris, non egit
The Stevedores Club. Max proposed me for membership. I shall be grateful as long as my vital juices flow and tongue shall wag. I learned to drink a potion called handset whiskey. The linotypers throve on it.
Now, don't tell the other boys the secret, see? You mix wood alcohol, snuff, tobacco sauce, and coffin varnish. It's the varnish gives it the body.
The Stevedores Club. A professional society it was. Met at Frank Junker's saloon opposite City Hall. Max explained the rules to me.
Guests are allowed to remain only if they treat the house. Guests are not to include musicians unless they bring actors, to whom guest privileges can be accorded by majority vote.
How about that fellow over there? What's he?
Him? Oh, he's a street cleaner. They're allowed in on Saturday nights if proof of bath is furnished.
He seems to know you. He's coming over.
Never saw him before in my life. Now, another privilege here. Reporters get special rates on double crabs, 5 cents apiece.
Hey, Max.
Now, the 25-cent businessman's lunch is good
Max,
here, but...
Max.
All right. Henry, meet my esteemed colleague, Mr. Walters, city editor of the opposition paper, whose dastard name shall never pass my lips in the company of callow youth.
Listen, Max, that story about the two congressmen who got into a debate in Miss Nellie's music room.
Oh, yes, I've been wondering about that one.
Well, it's accurate, Max. One of them dented the other's skull with a spittoon.
Yeah, that's the way we got it. Max, are we going to print that? Now, Miss Nellie's got a nice reputation. Do we want to run her music hall down?
Oh, I wouldn't want to do that, Chuck. Miss Nellie's an awfully good news source.
Of course she is. Now, if it's all right with you, I thought we might put the accident up in Mount Vernon Place.
The most respectable neighborhood in town. Fine. All right, I'll go along with you.
Now, about the spittoon.
Well, let's say one was opening an umbrella and the other turned suddenly.
Oh, we can do better than that. Say they got kicked by a runaway hack horse.
Excuse me.
What is it, my boy?
Why not make it sound reasonable? Say they slipped on the icy pavement.
On the icy pavement? That's all right with me.
Fine by me, Chuck. Ice it is, Mount Vernon Place. Set them up all around, Frank.
Thus, the cooperation of the press to protect a respected establishment, Miss Nellie's Music Hall. Scoops, beats, oh, there were plenty. But when the city editors agreed on the facts, that is how they appeared, nor ever did one break his word. There is honor among thieves, editors, and sometimes even editorial writers, giants of the embellished fact, the expanded truth. Like Jones, our telegraph editor, claimed to have been a church organist once.
Well, there was the baby in the bank vault.
What was the baby doing there, Jonesy?
Why, Henry, the mother, being wealthy, had just forgotten about it in her eagerness to get the coupons over to the teller's window. So they sent for me. I set up my organ in front of the vault.
Where did you get an organ, Jonesy?
Borrowed it from a nearby sailor's vessel. Now, I fooled around until I found a note that would vibrate steel and shook the time lock to pieces.
Whatever happened to the baby?
Grew up to be a congressman, I believe. Should have left him be. Boy!
Jonesy had one failing. He took to Handset whiskey on the job and began scouring the world for ancestors. Whenever the AP would announce the death of some eminent man, he'd stagger into the city room with the flimsy, sobbing piteously.
What's the matter, Jonesy?
Terrible thing, Max. Terrible.
What is it, Jonesy? Let's have it, man.
Bismarck is dead.
Well, what of it? What do you care about him?
You don't understand, boss. He was my father.
When, in the course of one day's international wire, Jonesy had claimed for his parents a Confederate general, a Boston suffragette, a Marshal Lieutenant Hung Chang, that was November 7th, 1901, Max had to let him go. We were amazed when word drifted in that he was actually working as an organist in a Presbyterian church in a poor suburb, claiming to be a son of both John Calvin and John Knox. Giants and sinners, all of us. What we did with great gobs of gusto. It was a time of thoroughness, anyway. I was sent to the Patapsco to cover a suicide one day. The unfortunate had been a bar owner. The cop couldn't even spell his last name.
Kuno. All Kuno. The boob made the deal with the artist for free meals and beers that they do him a mural on his wall.
What happened?
Well, it drove him to self-destroyal, Henry. At the end of a month, they give him 8 square feet of beautiful bims and peekaboo chemises. But it run him 120 meals and 500 some beers.
We got him.
Let's go, Henry, and take your hat off. Now, the way we make it out, he climbed up on the rail, tied a rope to it looped around his neck, swallowed a dose of arsenic, shot himself through the head, then fell or jumped into the river. You always want to say it like that, my boy. Fell or jumped. Respect the family's feelings.
Sure, we worked sometimes and hard. Rewrite men were unheard of. Every reporter came back to the office and wrote his story himself. But the Herald City Room was the most modern in Baltimore. It had 2 telephones. occasionally somebody would get the right number.
Harold Menken.
Henry, this is Miss Nellie.
Yes, Miss Nellie. How are all the girls?
Fine, but you'd better get down here. The most extraordinary thing has occurred.
Miss Nellie, I will take a hack immediately.
Miss Nellie had appreciated my part in moving the Cuspidorian congressman out of her precinct, so she'd called me on this one. Her story was succinct.
Peebles, the hack driver, brought her. He says she gets out of the train, climbs into his cab, and says, "Take me to an establishment for fallen women."
So he took her here. Did he say why?
Because she was so young and innocent, he didn't know what to make of her. So with that, she tells me she comes from somewheres near a burg called Red Lion, PA.
What's her name?
Emmeline Baron Blicker. Her father's one of them old rubes with whiskers.
Very strict people.
Yes, sir. Now, Emmeline had a beau in York, PA, name of Elmer. Whenever Elmer could get away from his work as train butcher on the Northern Central, he'd come out to the farm and they'd do a little hugging and kissing. Well, one day, old Whiskers caught him at it and hollered Emmeline out of the house. Now, Emmeline was a great one for reading books, so while she packed a carpet bag, she remembered what girls in books done when they lost their honest name. They rush off to the nearest city and take up a life of shame, and their name is rubbed out of the family Bible.
Well, why didn't she go to Philadelphia?
Henry, nobody in their right mind goes to Philadelphia.
What do you want me to do, Miss Nellie? Print the story and ask Papa's forgiveness?
Oh, no. This ain't for printing. I just want you to give the little girl some advising. I got her under lock and key upstairs. Now, would you, Henry? You're a writer. You can do it.
Presently, Miss Nellie fetched in Emmeline. She was no Lillian Russell, but she was far from unappetizing in a country sausage, smear case kind of way. Miss Nellie set her at her ease, and soon she was retelling her story to a strange young man with a celluloid collar. Then, out of my worldly wisdom, I spoke.
My dear Miss Baron-Blicker, you have been grossly misinformed. I don't know what these works of fiction are that you have read, but they are wrong. The world no longer burns men for heresy nor women for witchcraft, and it has ceased to condemn girls to lives of shame and death in the gutter for trivial derelictions such as those you acknowledge. The only thing that is frowned upon nowadays is getting caught.
What do you think Emmy should do, Mr. Menken?
I advise you to go home, make some plausible excuse to your pa for lighting out, and resume your faithful ministrations to his cows.
Now, you see, honey, Mr. Menken says go home.
Yes, and at the proper opportunity, take your beau to the pastor and join him in indissoluble love. It is the one safe, respectable, and hygienic course. The primrose path, my dear, is not for you. It is beset with thorns, heartburn, and corset stays.
All the ladies of the resident faculty wept copious tears, took up a collection to which I added $1, the coachman another, and Miss Nellie ordered a box lunch for the triumphantly repentant return to the parental pastures. Emma promised to send Miss Nellie a picture postcard of Red Lion showing the new hall of the Knights of Pythias, but it never arrived. Yes, we were sinners in the days of giants. Giants. Giants everywhere. Huge drinkers, vast eaters, cheerful sinners, honest geniuses. Men, women, and fools. They were all bigger those days. And the stories, too, bigger and better. I shall never forget my best. At midnight on Saturday, February 6th, 1904, by which time I was city editor, I put the Herald to bed, then joined the exercises of the Steve Dawes Club until 3:30. Catching a Nighthawk trolley, by 4 o'clock, I was snoring on my celibate couch in Holland Street. But at 11 a.m.,
How dare you disturb the peaceful Sabbath?
Well, Mr. Menken, there's a fire down in Hopkins Place.
Let it burn.
Well, sir, it looks like a ding whistler.
Well, then let the ding thing whistle. This is my day off.
Well, Mr. Menken, sir, the fire department's talking of sending to Washington for apparatus.
Well, why didn't you say so in the first place? Send a hack up while I dress.
I hoisted my still malty bones from my couch, and 10 minutes later I was on my way to the office. That was at about 11:30 a.m. on Sunday, February 7th. It was not until 4 a.m. of Wednesday, February 10th, that my pants and shoes, or even my collar, came off again. What I had walked into was the great Baltimore fire of 1904, which burned a square mile out of the heart of the town and went howling and spluttering on for 10 days. I can remember the 8-column streamer head I wrote when 3 days later, burned out, we finally printed in Philadelphia.
Part of Baltimore wrecked by greatest fire in city's history.
We had a story, I'm here to tell you. Was there ever one that was fatter, juicier, more exhilarating to the journalists on the actual ground?
Apparatus from Washington, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, New York, every block in Midtown on fire. I need men. Cliff, get on the phone, check the bars and the poorhouses. Find me printers and reporters. If you need 20 pages, take them. If you need 50, take 50.
They're dynamiting in the next block.
All right, everybody out, everybody.
Where are we going, boss?
Out of here. We'll operate out of the Sloan Hotel. Everybody out!
I went into it a boy. When I came out of it at last, I was settled and indeed almost a middle-aged man, spavined by responsibility. When it was all over, I returned to the ruins of the Herald. It was easy to find the place where my desk had been. The desk itself was a heap of white dust. My clippings were gone, my poems, rejected short stories, spare collars, and trolley passes. Even my collection of pieces of hangman's ropes, I had always intended to present it sooner or later to the Smithsonian. I did find my old copy hook, twisted as if it had died in agony. I took it with me. I was a man. I was 24 years old. 2 years later, in 1906, by then managing editor, I was to read to my staff a notice from the publisher.
Notice. Tomorrow, the property of the Herald Publishing Company will pass into new hands, and there will be no further publication of the Sunday Herald, the Evening Herald, or the Weekly Herald.
In my desk, I had a volume of stories by a new writer named Joseph Conrad. The man could write. His people were sailors, not newspaper men, but they spoke for me.
I remember my youth and the feeling that will never come back anymore. The feeling that I could last forever.
Outlast the sea, the earth, and all men. Youth. All youth. The silly, charming, beautiful youth.
The man on the bed has had a stroke, but he shifts his eyes. They fall on a twisted, agonized, old-time copy hook nearby on his desk. The eyes find fire somewhere, perhaps purloined from the past. He, a writer who is to be paralyzed, who is never to speak sense again afterward, opens his mouth and speaks. Yes, Mr. Menken, what is it?
Bring on the angels.
The angels will treat him kindly. Why? Simply for this alone of all his writings.
If, after I depart this vale, you ever remember me and have thought to please my ghost, forgive some sinner and wink at a homely girl.
Henry L. Menken, 12 September 1880, 29 January 1956. Newspaperman. The CBS Radio Workshop has presented Bring On the Angels, from the notes of Henry L. Menken, as dramatized by Alan Sloan and produced and directed by Paul Roberts. The music was composed by Ben Ludlow and conducted by Alfredo Antonini. Louis Van Ruten was heard as the elder Menken, Mason Adams as the younger Menken, Ed Prentice as Max Ways. Others in the cast included Ethel Owen, Daniel Ocko, Jackson Beck, Walter Kinsella, John Gibson, Joe Helgeson, and Ian Martin. This is Bob Hite inviting you to join us again next week for the CBS Radio Workshop. And remember, America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Margaret O'Brien, James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn in Lost Angel. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The entire company of the Lux Radio Theater has been under a magic spell this week. We've fallen victim to the charm of Miss Margaret O'Brien, age 7. We have wooed her favor with ice cream cone and peppermint candy, and she has rewarded us by treating us as equals. That's about the greatest compliment that a child can pay to adults. Co-starring with Margaret are James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn. They were all with her in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture Lost Angel, the drama that takes the spotlight in this theater tonight. This week, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer is celebrating 20 years of fine picture making with a new one that's been much talked about, The White Cliffs of Dover. During those 20 years, the studio has discovered a distinguished line of famous artists, but none, I think, more promising than our little Margaret O'Brien. Lost Angel is a delightful story of a very small girl who feels a certain responsibility for the affairs of her friends, particularly affairs of romance. I believe tonight marks rather a special occasion for the Lux Radio Theater, because it's the first time we've had a star who wasn't born, even, when the first play was presented in this National Theater by Lux Toilet Soap, which means that a whole generation has more or less grown up with our program. The first birthday party, the first date, graduation day, in all of these, our product has played its own little role. Needless to say, we're firm believers in the theory that beauty is never too young to learn about Lux Toilet Soap. Now our cast is on the stage, and here's the curtain for Act One of Lost Angel, starring Margaret O'Brien as Alpha, James Craig as Mike, Marcia Hunt as Katie, and Keenan Wynn as Packy. His name is Mike Regan. Mike's a reporter. He doesn't wear his hat on the back of his head, cigarettes never dangle from the corner of his mouth, and he has never considered writing a novel. But in spite of these handicaps, Mike Regan is the most promising news gatherer on the New York Morning Transcript. Right now, in fact, he's promising something to a very bewitching young lady.
And I'm awfully sorry, Katie, but we can go next week, huh? That's a promise.
Well, if you have to work, chum, you have to.
It's that Packy Roos case. The cops just grabbed him, and I've got to do a follow-up story.
Okay. Next week, then, huh?
Katie, you're a wonderful girl. You know what I like best about you?
Sure. I have a pretty good voice that pays off with a pretty good salary from a pretty good nightclub. I don't cost you much.
You'll find it hard to believe, but that's not it. The thing I like most is that you're not one of those whiny, clinging vine dames who squawks when a guy's got work to do. Oh, hiya, Katie. The boss wants to see you, Mike. Tell him I'll be right there. Okay. Oh, hey, I almost forgot. About tonight, Mike, you bring the beer, we'll get the dame. Oh.
All right, worm. Squirm.
Honest, Kate, that's just a rib. There aren't any dames. It's just a poker game.
Oh, just a poker game.
Well, it's not that I want to play poker, but I took $400 from those pigeons last Tuesday night and...
Tuesday night?
Yeah. Oh.
Yes. Oh.
Oh, look.
Last Tuesday night, you stood me up because the rewrite man was sick.
Katie, in this racket, there are a lot of things a guy has to do. There are obligations.
Obligations to what, Mike? You have only two real obligations. One is to your job, and the other is to me.
And he seems to be plopping in both of them. Didn't Al tell you I wanted to see you, Mike?
All right, please. Look, Katie, you're absolutely right, darling. Look, have dinner with me tonight. Really let me have it.
And while I'm making speeches, you'll be figuring out how you can get away early and still make that poker game.
Oh, no, Katie. I'll be listening. I'd be a heel if I didn't. You will come, won't you, darling? It means a lot to me.
Well,
Oh, that's wonderful, baby. You won't be sorry, Katie.
Oh, all right. Pick me up at 8:30.
8:30? You're an angel.
I'm a sap. Goodbye, Arthur.
So long, Katie.
Bye.
Brother, the things you get away with.
Now then, you wanted to see me, Art?
Yeah, when you went to Harvard, did you know a professor there named Vincent?
Vincent? Oh, sure, psychology. He's in town now with the Pickering Institute.
Then drag yourself down there and see him. They've got a baby genius. Get an interview.
But, Art, I'm all tied up with the Packy Roos case.
Packy's in jail. The case is over. Now quit stalling.
Listen, will you? I'm in no mood for the patter of little feet and the clutch of little hands.
No? Okay. There's a poultry show that has to be covered.
Pickering Institute?
Pickering Institute.
Yeah. That's what I thought you said. I'm on my way.
I'm delighted to see you again, Regan. But as far as the child is concerned, impossible. We're by no means ready to contact the press.
Oh, I understand your point of view completely, Professor Vincent. Imagine the cheap, sensational stories that might be written. Professors grow genius in hothouse, that sort of thing.
Exactly.
But after all, you know me, and you know I wouldn't...
Very well, but the article you write must first be submitted to us for our approval.
Oh, sure. Now, where's the kid?
Just a moment. There are certain facts I first wish to make clear. For years, the Pickering Institute searched for a child upon whom we could make certain experiments that may revolutionize the entire educational system.
Yeah.
6 years ago, when Alpha was 3 days old, she was brought to us by the Foundling Home.
Any records of her parents?
None whatsoever. We chose her because we found her physically and mentally perfect for our purpose. Since then, the Pickering Institute has been Alpha's home. Here she has had every attention, every kindness.
And you've given her the works, huh?
We have been her teachers and her friends. Alpha knows nothing of the outside world, but her knowledge of such subjects as music, geometry, Chinese, and history may startle even you, Regan.
I'm ready to be startled.
Very well. Go inside and strip.
I thought you said strip.
I did. Dr. Woodring will examine you. If you're in good health, you may then have a short interview with Alpha.
Gee, thanks.
This is her room, Regan. I'll leave you with her. Hello, Alpha. Oh, geometry, I see.
Did you remember to bring the slide rule, Professor Vincent?
How about me? Will I do instead?
This is Michael Regan, Alpha, a representative of the press.
How do you do?
How do you do? Not too long, please.
Won't you sit down?
Oh, thanks.
What paper are you from?
A transcript.
Oh, reactionary, isn't it?
I suppose you read it every day?
Just the editorials. I go over them with Professor Richards.
And what do you think of our editorials?
Oh, we find them amusing. Have you prepared a list of questions you want me to answer?
Well, I thought we'd just...
We could begin by my giving you the schedule of my day.
Well, that's fine.
Well, I have English first, then history, economics, algebra, Chinese, semantics, and beginning tomorrow, philosophy, because I'm 6 years old.
Oh, congratulations. If you'll pardon my asking, what do you do just for fun?
Well, I play chess and the harp and the piano.
And of all the jolly things you do, Professor, what do you like best?
Reading. I think I like reading best.
Sure. When I was your age, I liked reading best, too. You know, kid stuff, fairy tales.
Oh, I've been told about them.
Oh, what's wrong with fairy tales?
After all, there's no point in wasting time on things that aren't true.
And just what isn't true about fairy tales?
Are you serious? Dragons, flying carpets?
They're not true?
Hardly.
Well, I guess I'll have to tell the leprechaun I had breakfast with that he isn't real.
A leprechaun? What's that?
It's a little man about so high. Irish. Shoemaker by profession.
You had breakfast with such a man this morning?
Yes.
What did he eat?
Pratters and stirabout. Oh, the stirabout's a special kind of cereal. No lump.
What about dragons? Do you believe in them?
Why, certainly.
You've never seen one.
Now, if that isn't just like a woman. Look, do you know what a zebra is?
Of course. It's an mammal of the equine group. Black with white stripes.
How do you know?
Well, because I do know.
But you've never seen one?
No.
Still, you believe there are zebras, don't you?
Yes.
All right, then. I believe there's a whole world of magic. Outside all kinds of magic.
You do?
Sure. Of course, some people will tell you that it isn't true. But if you know in your heart what you're looking for, and you believe it, then it is true, and you can find it.
Can you?
Certainly.
Time for your
I'd
music
like to.
lesson, Elsa.
Oh, but Professor, we're having such an interesting discussion.
Well, so on, kid. And thanks. I'll be sure to tell my leprechaun you said he wasn't real.
Goodbye, Mr. Regan.
Come along, Elsa. Professor Caddy's waiting for you.
I'm afraid we'll have to start again, Elsa. The note is D, not D flat.
I don't believe I'm concentrating, Professor Caddy.
Well, we'll try it again, dear. Ready?
Professor Caddy, do you believe in magic?
Magic? Well, there's always the magic of music.
Oh, but that's not what I mean. Oh, well, let's get back to Beethoven. Come in.
I just wanted to say good night, my dear.
Good night, Professor Vincent. Where is Mrs. Caddy?
Mrs. Caddy seems suddenly to have contracted a slight fever. Dr. Woodring has sent her to bed. I'll go right to sleep.
I'll try, but I have so many things on my mind.
Oh? Did you have a nice supper tonight?
Farina with lumps.
Lumps are merely grains of cereal adhering.
Obviously, but sometimes I'd like to have pratters and stirabout.
What on earth are they?
I don't know, but that's what I'd like to have.
Well, I'll consult Dr. Woodring.
Professor Vincent?
Yes?
If somebody told you something is true, and you don't think it is, but you're not sure, what you do?
You demand that they prove their statements. Everything true can be proved.
Thank you. Good night, Professor.
Good night, my dear. You've been a fine, good girl.
Outside, Alpha. Outside. There's all kinds of magic. Flying carpets, dragons, enchanted forests. Demand that they prove their statements. If you know in your heart what you're looking for, and you believe it, then it is there, and you can find it.
Everything true can be proved.
Then prove it. Prove it to me, Mr. Regan.
Outside, all kinds of magic. Outside.
All right. Outside I'll go. Very well. Outside I'll go. Dear Professors, I am going out. Do not worry. I have dressed warmly. I have to find out something else.
Well, young lady, what can we do for you?
I'd like to see Mr. Michael Regan, please.
Is this guy with you, this Chinese gent?
Oh, yes. The traffic confused me somewhat, so he volunteered to escort me here.
Huh?
Then we knew the way at the bug one.
Hey, what goes?
Oh, pardon me. My friend Mr. Min Jang said the Korea was taken by the Japanese in 1912. It was 1910, August 1910.
1910, huh? Oh, now, come on. Now, what do you want to see Mr. Regan for?
He's my father.
Your father, oh.
What? Jin. That means goodbye. My friend Mr. Min Jang was very kind to bring me here. But he certainly is stubborn.
Who's the little doll, lady?
He's looking for Mike Regan. Says he's a father.
Mike Regan's her... Oh, boy. And she wants to see her father, does she? Well, I think that can be arranged.
You know where he is?
Sure. He took his girl to the fights, and that's just where I'm taking this little lady.
One at a time, please. One at a time. Yeah, that's better. Now, which one of you professors called headquarters?
It was I, Sergeant. I'm Professor Vincent.
Okay. Now, you say you saw the little girl at 8:10.
As a rule, my wife goes in to see if the child is properly covered.
Why didn't she go in tonight?
Because I ordered Mrs. Catty to bed. She's ill.
Oh, I'll be all right. If only we can find Alpha.
Hey, Sarge.
Yeah, Charlie?
I checked them all. Mercy Hospital, Good Samaritan, Bellevue, no kid.
Are you sure you described her correctly? Navy jumper, white blouse, black
But
shoes.
what made her run away?
What made
You
her...
heard me.
Oh, we don't know.
What's the matter with you, lady?
My wife is suffering from a slight cold.
Don't look like no cold to me. Hey, look, Sarge, this here lady's got the measles, right? The father of 9 kids.
This is terrible. Measles. Why, bless me, I believe you're right.
Oh, this is calamitous.
Oh, I'm sure I'll be all right in a few days.
But you don't understand. Tell them, Doctor.
When we find Alpha, she won't be able to come back here. This place is quarantined until Mrs. Catty recovers from the measles.
Having fun, Katie?
What? But I'd be happier if my man hadn't been knocked out.
The next bout will be on in a minute. I'll give you a chance to win your money back.
Okay, but I have to be back at the club pretty soon.
Oh, relax. I'll go over with you. After all,
Attention, please. Mr. Michael Regan is wanted in the press room. Your baby is waiting for you. Mr. Michael Regan, your baby is in the press room.
Well, what are you waiting for, Mike?
Oh, Katie, you know I haven't got a baby.
Mister, I've never seen you before in my life.
Oh, there's some mistake. Look, just wait, will you, honey? I'll be right back.
I'm leaving, but you'd better hurry and see if that baby will wait for you.
Oh. Right in the press room, Mr. Regan. Your boss brought her here and ducked out. Thanks.
Hello, Mr. Regan.
Since when am I your father?
Mr. Regan, I'd like to talk to you.
And I'd like to talk to you.
When you came to see me, you made certain statements. You said that there were dragons and flying carpets and, well, magic. And you said not everybody could, but you knew how to find it. That's what you said.
So?
Show me. But of course, if it wasn't true, please don't feel bad. Of course, all men lie. Even if they don't mean to lie, they don't always know the truth about things.
Oh, tell me, why is it so important to you, this magic business?
Well, the professors say everything can be explained. But if things happen like magic, I don't know. I just thought it would make everything seem different.
Listen, I didn't lie to you. There is magic, all kinds.
It's what makes people laugh and have friends and be happy. And if I told you I could find it, well, I'll find it for you.
Now? Right now?
Yeah, but we've got to find Katie, too. Oh, it's Miss Mallory. She's my girl.
Oh, why don't we just go look for the magic? Why do we have to see her?
Well, because she's very angry with me. And since you're the other woman in this case, well, you have to help me fix it.
All right, how do I do it?
You do it by being exactly 6 years old.
That appears very simple, Mr. Wiggins. Shall we proceed?
Yeah, we shall proceed.
In a few moments, Mr. DeMille presents Margaret O'Brien, James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn in Act 2 of Lost Angel. And now, here's a young soldier home on leave. A soldier and his girl.
When your heart goes bumpity-bump, it's love, love, love. When your throat comes up with a lump, it's love, love, love. Why, Joe, you're not singing.
I'd rather watch you, honey. You're so pretty. Where'd you get that $1 million complexion, Sue? It makes my heart go bumpity-bump. Well, it's love, love, love. Sometimes at first sight, when admiring eyes come close to a smooth, lovable Lux complexion. Pretty Lux girls are clever. They never neglect the care that really makes skin softer, more appealing. Here's what they do.
Every single day, I give my skin an active lather facial with Lux soap. I smooth on lots of the creamy lather and work it in gently but thoroughly. I rinse with warm water and splash on cold, then pat my skin dry with a soft towel. That's all. But that quick, easy facial really does things for my skin.
In recent tests of Lux toilet soap facials, actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time. Lux soap's rich, creamy lather agrees with delicate skin. No wonder 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars depend on it for daily complexion care. If you haven't tried this fine white soap, why not get Lux toilet soap tomorrow? If you find your dealer is temporarily out of stock due to wartime conditions, he's sure to have more soon. Remember, Hollywood's beauty soap is worth waiting for. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of Lost Angel, starring Margaret O'Brien as Alpha, James Craig as Mike, Marcia Hunt as Katie, and Keenan Wynn as Packy. While the New York police and professors of the Pickering Institute frantically search for a 6-year-old brain trust, Mike Regan and Alpha are on a search of their own for magic. Under a dazzling canopy of animated electric signs, a slightly bored Mike and a saucer-eyed little girl amble through the wonderland of Times Square.
Professor, I believe you wanted to see a flying carpet. Just take a look up there.
Looks like an airplane to me.
And just what is an airplane?
Well, it's the thing that you sit down on and it flies away.
Correct. Now, that plane up there, you sit down on it, it flies away. A flying carpet, no matter what you call it.
Goodness.
Hey, take a look down there. See that man all dressed up? Swallowtail coat, silk hat? Now look at his shirt.
It lights up. Why, a shirt lights up with electric light.
Certainly.
It says, Bell Terrace Cigars, the Smoker King. My, that's wonderful, Matt.
Strictly minor league, Professor, minor league.
Nice fresh corn. Hot peanuts.
One bag, Mac.
1 bag, 1 dime. Here you are.
Keep your change.
I remain obediently yours.
What's this, Mr. May?
Popcorn, kind of food. My leprechaun's crazy about it, but it gets in his teeth. He has a lot of trouble with it.
My teeth are very good.
I see. Have some popcorn?
Thank you.
Wait. Here we turn the corner. And look, the great white whale, full of magic.
Mr. Regan, look. There's a dragon.
Where? Oh, sure. All lit up like a Christmas tree. Dragon Chinese restaurant, full course dinner, 70 cents.
And look at that.
A leprechaun.
Looks like a monkey to me.
Now, if this were just a monkey, he wouldn't be all dressed up, would he, and asking for money with one hand and popcorn with the other?
If he's a leprechaun, he shouldn't have popcorn. It's bad for his teeth.
Yeah, but you can still give him the nickel.
Here, leprechaun, but no popcorn. It's for your own good.
Come on, Professor. We got to go to a nightclub and see Katie.
I hope the leprechaun doesn't think that I didn't want to give him any popcorn.
I'm sure he doesn't. Now, if you keep your eyes open, you'll see a machine that makes donuts and a giant I know named Stilts. You see, Professor, on every street, behind every door, wherever you look, nothing but magic.
Naughty, naughty.
Yeah. But before we go another step, I'm going to call Vincent and tell him where you are. Well, that was fast, was it?
Did you telephone Professor Vincent?
The line's still busy. We'll just sit at this table, and in a minute, Katie will be through singing. Hello, Chris. A glass of milk for the professor here, and the usual for me. Yes, sir.
Mr. Regan, this Katie, what makes her your girl?
Well, I like her.
How do you know when you like people?
It's because you want to be with them, I guess, and do things for them.
Do you do things for her?
Well, not very much, I guess.
Then you don't like her very much.
Sure I do.
Then I don't understand.
Yeah, you're too young.
Well, Mike, and where did you borrow her?
You can apologize now or later. She's the baby I was paged for. Sit down, Katie.
You bet I will.
Katie, this is Alpha.
How do you do?
Hi.
Alpha's a business acquaintance of mine. She's being educated by a lot of professors, and they're doing a very good job, except they left out what goes on outside their classrooms. You know, magic and stuff like that. So she looked me up at the fights to find out more about it.
Magic, huh?
Yeah.
Milk for the child and the usual for you, sir.
Thanks.
What's in that bottle, Mr. Regan?
This? Oh, it's, cough medicine.
Then why does it say Irish whiskey on the label?
Because he forgot you could read, Alpha.
May I have some?
No. It makes you feel awful. Well, sick, sort of.
You know it's going to make you sick before you drink it, and you drink it anyway. That isn't intelligent, Mr. Regan.
Okay, Professor, you win this round.
Mr. Regan, what is that man eating?
Over there? Oh, he's eating spaghetti. I'll get you some.
No, better not, Mike. She'll get sick.
I am never sick.
Okay, kid, you're on your own.
Some spaghetti for the young lady, Chris. Coffee for us.
Yes, sir.
I can see I'm going to have to watch my IQ around here.
Do you have a high intelligence quotient?
No, I'm a middle grade moron.
That's too bad. Does it worry you?
You think it should?
Well, it would be a matter of concern to me.
Excuse me a minute. I've got to find out about my next number.
Are you going away?
Yes, but I'll be right back.
She's pretty.
She's beautiful.
Do you like her better than you like me?
Well, look at you.
Don't laugh at me.
Professor, you're getting younger every minute.
Do you like me?
Why?
Because I like you.
Why?
I don't know.
Hey, what's the matter, Professor? What did I do? Now, you can't do that. Now, look.
What did you do to her?
I beat her. What do you think I did?
He likes you better than he likes me.
Oh, come here, darling.
What's the matter with her?
Judging from my past experience, I'd say she's in love. Hey, where do you think you're going?
To telephone the Institute. And if that line's still busy, I'm going to cut my throat.
Look, Alpha, Mike doesn't like me better than you. Honest, just differently. People can like lots of people. People with big hearts, that is.
Is Mike got a big heart?
Well, it's bigger than his head. Well, here's your spaghetti. I'm still against the idea, but if you've got to eat spaghetti, I guess you got to. Well, how was your spaghetti, Alpha?
I found it very palatable.
You did, huh? Oh, look, here comes Daddy.
I got the Institute all right. Finally.
Mike, your face. What's the matter? Are they having you arrested for kidnapping?
I wish that was all.
Do I have to go right back? I'm sorry I cried.
No, you don't have to go right back. Not for a couple of days, Professor.
A couple of what?
Look, Professor, you're a little bit tear-stained. How about washing up? Oh, Miss.
Cigarette,
Oh, Miss, would you mind showing my friend here where the powder room is?
I'd be glad to. Come along, honey.
You come with me.
I better stay here. You come back beautiful and surprise me.
She will. All right, now what's the big mystery?
The Pickering Institute extends its unbounding gratitude for finding Alpha.
That's nice.
They practically kissed me over the phone, but I can't take her back there.
No?
The joint's quarantined. Mrs. Carter's got the measles.
Oh, Mike.
It's not funny. They want me to.
Oh, Mike, that's so wonderful.
I tell you, they're going to stick me with that kid.
Much as I love you, darling, I can't say you're the guardian type.
It seems Professor Vincent knows me from Harvard, the rat. Hey, Katie, look. Now, your place is close by, and you know how...
You've got to pay for that, little chump. And that means that you're going to sit up with her tonight if she gets sick on that spaghetti. And in the morning, you're going to fix her breakfast. Yep, this time one of your pigeons has come home to roost. And, speaking of pigeons...
Well, goodbye, Alpha.
Goodbye, and thank you very much.
You're welcome.
People are very interesting.
People are just dandy. Get your coat.
Are we going?
Yes.
Isn't Katie coming?
No.
I'm sorry if I was rude when I first met you. I hope I see you again.
You will, darling.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Michael.
Oh. Okay, Professor, this is my apartment. My bed's in there. It's yours.
Are you angry, Mike?
Not at you, at Katie.
But you like her.
Who says you can't get angry at people you like? Anyway, I don't like her. I love her.
How?
Well, you get madder at them that way.
I'm glad I'm going to stay with you.
Oh, you are, huh? Now, look, I'm a busy man. I don't mind you staying here, but you've got to play ball and stay out of my hair.
Oh, you mean if I cooperate?
Exactly.
Very well, I will cooperate. And if you wish, I will play ball with you.
Oh. Well, now you go in there and get out of your clothes. You can sleep in one of my pajama jackets.
I'm accustomed to washing before I retire.
Well, that's the door over there.
Thank you.
Hey, wash good now and all over. Who is it? Oh, sure I'm still working for the paper. What? He broke out of jail. Packy Roos broke out... Well, I was out with a kid story. But I can't forget it. I've got the kid here. I can't. Art, listen. Hello. Oh.
Mike, I feel peculiar.
So do I.
My stomach hurts. I'm going to be sick.
Well, get back in there. Hurry. Now, don't get scared. It's just... Grand Hotel. Oh, yes, Professor Vincent. More instructions? Oh, yes. Oh, she's been in bed for hours. Look, Vincent, I'll call you back in the morning. Oh, yes, Vincent. No, Vincent. Yes, Vincent. No. Yes, Vincent. I will. Bye. How you doing, kid?
I just did.
Good. Just pretend you were a little seasick.
I feel humiliated.
Humiliated.
I never had occasion to use the word before.
You don't have any occasion to use it now. Now, come on. Into bed with you. Now, look, Professor, I've got to go out for a little while. You won't be afraid if I leave you here alone, will you?
Why, no. That wouldn't be intelligent, Mr. Beacon.
Score one for Vincent. Well, now you go to sleep, and when you wake up in the morning, I'll be right here.
Thank you. Night.
Good
Bye.
night. Good night, Professor. Regan?
Mike? Is that you, Mike?
Get in there. Who are you?
Alpha, who are you?
Where's Regan?
I don't know.
When'll he be back?
Soon. What do you want?
What's it to you?
Obviously, you've been very badly brought up.
Hey, who are you?
I told you my name was Alpha, but you didn't tell me yours.
Well, it's Packy Roos. You belong here, huh?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not angry with Mike, then whom are you angry?
Oh, I ain't angry. I ain't angry at nobody.
Then why have you got that revolver?
What is? Oh, that's a water pistol.
It's a deadly weapon. If you're not angry with Mike, at whom are you angry?
Now, look, will you please go back to sleep?
You're just trying to change the subject.
Look, maybe you'd like me to read to you, huh? You got a book around here?
There's a book on the table.
Oh,
Mike bought it for me.
Uh-huh. Fairy tales. Yeah, you see that, sister? That there says fairy tales. Okay. Now, if there's any word you do not understand, you leave me know, and I'll explain it to them.
Very well.
Now, this here's a story about a Chinese nightingale. You see? It's a bird.
Go on.
Once upon a time in China was a wonderful bird called a nightingale. They said it was the greatest thing in all the vast empire.
Empire.
Empire. But one man had never heard of him. That was a Cavalier. Whatever that is.
Cavalier.
Okay, Cavalier. All right, then. Why ain't it empire?
Oh, Packy, it isn't the same at all. You see, the noun cavalier is a French derivative that... Oh, well, go on with the story.
Okay. Well, this Cavalier went to the palace, and he said, Princes of the realm, from all points of the compass, tidings come to me of a wondrous bird, a certain nightingale that wobbles the most beautiful song.
A poor little girl in the kitchen said, "The nightingale, I know it well. It can sing gloriously."
Keep going, sister. Ain't a bad story.
Every evening when I finish my work, I go into the garden and wait for him under the elm tree. Packy, are you asleep? Well, it's about time. Mike? Is that you, Mike?
Hey, what are you doing up?
A friend of yours came in. He's sleeping in that chair.
Oh, fine. Yeah, I chased all over New York looking for packet roots, and my friends come barging in at 4 o'clock in the morning.
But, Mike, that is Packy.
Who?
Packy Ruth. I've been reading him a fairy tale.
Fairy? Oh.
Mike, speak to me.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille returns with Margaret O'Brien, James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn for Act 3 of Lost Angels. And now, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins. My, Libby, you look positively starry-eyed.
Who wouldn't, Mr. Kennedy? I've just been talking to Sonia Henney.
What a break for you, Libby. With or without her skates, she's certainly lovely to watch. Is she as tiny as she seems when she's skimming over the ice?
Here are the exact statistics, Mr. Kennedy. 110 pounds, 5 feet 2, and eyes that are sparkling brown. In fact, a sparkling person.
She must have a great capacity for hard work. How does she do it, and yet look so fresh?
All that grace and quickness is the result of talent and lots of hard work. Besides being the world's foremost figure skater, she's an accomplished ballet dancer. I watched her practicing. She's just beginning a new picture, you know. And she seems to be tireless.
I've heard she goes into rigid training before every ice show and every picture.
Yes, a careful diet and as much rest as she can get. And, Mr. Kennedy, of interest to all Lux girls...
Being smart as well as pretty, of course Sonia is a Lux girl.
Yes, she is a Lux girl. A girl who depends on Lux toilet soap for exquisite complexion care and for a luxurious beauty bath, too. She says a really soothing, refreshing bath is very important to her. Here's what she told me. A Lux soap bath gives me a wonderful pick-up. Leaves me so refreshed.
You might say a Lux Soap beauty bath makes a girl feel perky as well as pretty.
So many screen stars recommend it for a quick beauty pickup. They're keen about the rich, creamy Lux Soap lather. Leaves skin really fresh and sweet. And they love the nice perfume Lux leaves on the skin.
Well, Libby, a Lux beauty bath is a little luxury we can recommend to everyone these strenuous days. Lux toilet soap is thrifty, too. Being hard milled, it lasts down to the thinnest sliver. So for women everywhere, here's a Hollywood tip. Make Hollywood fragrant white beauty soap your daily bath soap, too. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We'll have a whole quartet of stars for a curtain call after the play. And here's the curtain for the third act of Lost Angel, starring Margaret O'Brien, James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn. After combing the city in search of Packy Ruth, a weary Mike Regan has staggered home to find Alpha entertaining the escaped gunman in his living room. Packy had dozed off, but Mike's arrival brings him to his feet with a very mean-looking gun in his hand.
Hey, what's the idea of busting into my place? Everybody in town's looking for you.
Ah, shut up.
Oh, Packy, put down that firearm.
Well, I'm sorry. Now, look, Regan, I ain't guilty of that murder rap. They're trying to hang it on me.
I never said you were guilty.
There's only one guy who can clear me. Lefty Moran.
That jerk?
Yeah, Moran's seen the whole thing. I gotta find Moran quick or I wind up in a chair. Now, I can't go looking for him. But you can. So you're gonna find Moran for me, get it?
Well, you hide out here.
You got it, Regan.
I'm sorry, pal. I got my hands full with the professor here. And I'm not making myself an accessory.
Brother, harboring a felon makes you an accessory. And you're harboring me.
I think you should help him.
You stay out of this. Why?
'Cause I like Packy.
You're getting to like an awful lot of people.
Yes, it's getting easier and easier.
All right. I'll try to find Lefty. But if I do, I get the whole story, exclusive, pictures, everything.
Oh, sure, but you're wasting time.
I'll start in the morning. I'm dead tired.
Brother, you don't know how dead you can be. You're starting now.
Don't worry about Packy. I'll read to him some more.
Oh, murder.
What did I do to this?
What's the big idea coming back here if you didn't find him?
Because I'm tired. I'm very tired.
You told me that yesterday. Now listen to me, brother. You better go out and find... Hey, what's that?
Oh, stop being so jumpy. It's just Katie with the groceries. You heard me, phoner. Hello, Katie.
Well, good morning. Oh, who are you?
This is Packy. Packy, this is Katie. Nice girl.
Well, I'm very pleased to meet you.
I don't mean to be inquisitive, but aren't the police looking for you?
Sort of.
Oh, yes. It's all a misunderstanding. You see, the police have gone on the assumption that Packy is an antisocial type. But, of course, they're all wrong. You can just tell that by looking at him, can't you?
Look, kid, let's you and me lug these groceries into the kitchen, huh? Hey, Regan.
What?
You gonna stand around here all day? Get going.
Oh, why don't you stop, you big, bad man?
Hi. The telephone is ringing.
Oh. Hello. Oh, hello, boss. No, I'm not going to sleep all day. I'm just going out. Yes, sure. Right away. Oh.
I want to watch you.
Then at least get the professor started with the lessons. Vincent sent up all her books.
What? And reveal my ignorance still more?
Well, somebody's got to help. Packy, go on. Help the professor with the homework.
Me? Oh, gee, I didn't bring my thinking cap with me.
Packy, you heard him, didn't you?
Oh, gee whiz,
And so if Napoleon had better equipment, and if the French people hadn't been discouraged by the length of the war...
Well, go on.
You're not listening.
Where's Regan? Him and that dame left here 6 hours ago.
If Mike said he'd bring Lefty back, he will.
I never should have let that dame leave with him. How do I know what she's up to?
You've got to relax.
Oh, now, please. I heard all your lessons, didn't I? I even promised I'd let you lend me the harp. So now I can't relax. Will you have a heart? I'm jumpy.
Now, Packy, the very wise men in India worked out a theory which will help you to relax. It's called yoga, and I'm going to show you.
Who is it? It's me. Hey, give me a hand, will you? Hey, it's Lefty. What'd you do, croak him? I don't know where I could get him here. Had to tap him a little on the head. Come on. Drop him in his chair. There. Hey, he's coming too. Oh.
Mike, is the gentleman hurt? Is he?
All right, close the door and get that kid out of here.
Oh, where? The Packy.
Yeah. Take a good look, sweetheart.
Hey, what's going on here?
I had to see you, Lefty. You wasn't just a witness to that shooting, was you, chum? You was the kid himself. Well, no one's framing me.
Oh, wait a minute, Packy.
Are you crazy? He's no good to you, Dad. Make him sign a confession. Then we can call the cops. But if you pay him off with a load of lead, then you're just buying yourself a one-way ticket to Sing Sing.
Oh, Packy, don't do anything that will make you go to jail. I wouldn't be able to see you anymore. And besides, you'd promised me that you'd show me how to shoot dice and shuffle cards and...
Well, all right. Get out that typewriter, Regan. There's a nightingale here that wants to wobble. Hello? Oh, yeah. Vincent? Yeah, she's fine. Huh? Oh, that's great. Well, I can't do it right now, but... Oh, sure. That'll be okay. In about 2 hours? Oh, you better make it 3. I got a little business to take care of. Yeah, okay. Now what? Alpha.
Yeah?
Vincent's coming to get you in about 3 hours. Quarantine's been lifted.
Oh.
You ready, Regan? Yeah, shoot. Okay, Moran. Start singing.
I'll talk, Packy. I'll talk.
The apartment's slightly untidy, Professor Vincent, but they've been entertaining some unexpected guests here.
Why, this place is a shambles.
Professor, we caught a gangster, and the cops came, and now Packy won't have to go to jail, and...
Regan, what is this child talking about?
You'll find the whole story in the morning transcript, exclusive with pictures. Lefty Moran confesses murder. Cops rush down. Packy Roos goes free. And I get the hottest break in 6 months. You should have been here.
You unprincipled man. Is this the care with which you watched over Alpha? Gangsters, criminals. Oh, you know better than one yourself.
Don't you dare talk that way to Mike.
I hope it gives you some satisfaction, Mr. Regan, to realize that you've probably ruined years of work. But believe me, you haven't heard the last of this.
Oh, yes, I have. The very last. Get out of here.
Alpha, dear, they're all waiting for us downstairs, all the professors. We can go home now.
But I can't leave, Mike.
I think you'll have to, Alpha.
But I can't.
Look, Professor. You came to me so I'd show you magic, didn't you? Well, I showed you lots of magic, didn't I? Now you've got to go back. The professors are your friends. You've always liked the Institute.
But I never got to go outside it.
But you will. Just as soon as you're old enough. And there'll be more magic. And more people to like.
But, Mike, it's different when you love people. It's not the same as liking them.
But you don't have to be with people to love them.
Oh, Mike, yes, you do.
Regan.
Yeah?
If I spoke harshly, I'm sorry. Perhaps I was...
Will you please get out of here?
But, Mike, yes, you do. Tell him, Katie.
Come, Alpha. Come, my dear.
Mike.
So long, Professor.
You going to let her go, Mike? Just like that?
What else could I do?
I didn't hear you tell the kid you'd be by to see her or anything.
I thought it'd be easier if I didn't.
Easier for whom? For whom, Mike? For you or Alpha?
All right, easier for me. Katie, you know I'm crazy about that kid. But a punk like that, she's a responsibility.
Yes, I know.
Katie, let's get married. Let's go someplace where it's nice and quiet. Let's just...
Oh, I've been wanting you to ask me that for so long. Now, well, the answer's no, Mike. You see, I think I'd be a responsibility, too. I'd complicate your life, too, darling.
You know I love you.
Sure. But I don't like the way you love people, Mike. You run out on them.
Katie, when my boss was here, he offered me a job in Washington. A job I'd been after for years. I told him no. I wouldn't leave you. Does that sound like running out?
Mike, when you love people, you owe them something more than just turning down a job. You've got to give something. A little of your freedom, maybe. Your time. Yourself, maybe. I don't know. But whatever it is, you're not willing to give it. I saw that when Alpha walked out that door. Just as I'm doing now. So long, Mike.
Alpha, Miss Mallory has come to visit with you. Now, if something hurts you, if you don't feel well, won't you tell us what it is?
But I'm not sick, Doctor.
Measles. Do you suppose she caught Mrs. Caddy's measles?
Oh, if it were only that simple. No, Alpha's been back with us now for nearly a month. It's something else. I don't just know what.
I have an idea, Alpha. Let's show Miss Marlowe how you do problems. You just put those blocks into their proper spaces as fast as you can. Now, I'll time you. Ready?
I'd rather not.
Oh. Would you like to have me read to you?
No.
We could go out, Alpha, take a nice walk, you and I.
No, thanks.
Darling, would you like to see Mike?
Yes, but he doesn't want to see me.
Alpha, just what was the nature of the magic Mr. Regan showed you?
Oh, there were lots of things. There was a fine carpet, and there was a man whose shirt lighted up, and there was a leprechaun. Oh, but that wasn't the real magic. That was just the little kind.
Well, what was the real magic, darling?
Loving people.
The way you love Mike?
Yes.
Excuse me, Professor Vincent.
Yes, Mrs. Caddy?
There's a person here asking for Alpha. A Mr. Roos, Packy Roos.
Oh, Miss Marlowe and I'll see him right away.
Just a minute, Vincent.
Yes?
This child is really ill, Vincent. If this goes on much longer, I can't be responsible.
Yes, I know.
Packy.
Hey, is this where the little babe lives, in this joint?
How do you do?
Katie, what are you doing here?
Oh, she's sick, Packy. She's awfully sick.
Oh, ain't anybody going to do something about it?
We are doing everything we can.
Oh, I was just in the neighborhood. I brought her a couple little presents. Hey, Jake, back up the truck.
Packy, have you seen Mike?
Yeah, I just left him.
We've got to get him here right away.
I don't think he can make it.
He must make it. The child won't eat. She won't sleep.
She misses him so, Packy.
Well, I left him at Grand Central, Katie. He was getting on a train for Washington.
Oh, no.
Well, he had no good heel. Running out on her, trying to tell me she wasn't his kid.
Washington.
Now, wait a minute. You got a phone here, Jack?
Certainly. Come in my office.
Packy, what are you going to do?
I sent a telegram. I'll call a railroad station. Stop the train. I don't know. But we got to do something and fast.
Mike, you did come back. Oh, I knew you would.
My dear fellow, I'm so delighted to see you. Huh? What goes?
Got my wire, huh?
What wire?
What they do, page on a train? Well, they stop the train or what?
Hey, what's the matter with you? What are you all looking so funny for? Look here, Vincent. I want to talk to you about the professor.
Mike, you came back here all on your own.
Of course I came back on my own.
Yeah, but the train, I seen you taking the train.
I did a little thinking on that train. By the time we got to Trenton, I was through thinking. I got off and took the next train back.
And you don't know what's happened?
What do you mean? Hey, what is this? What's wrong? Has something happened to Alpha? Well, she's been rather ill. We've been... What's the matter with her? Don't you know how to take care of a kid? Can't I go out of town without something happening to her?
Oh, Mike.
Hey, where is she? I want to see her. Come with me. Hey, Professor.
Yes?
It's me, Professor. Mike.
Oh, Mike. I'm so glad to see you.
Hey, what kind of monkey business are you up to? What's this I hear about you not eating or sleeping, huh?
Oh, Mike.
A fine thing. A fine reputation you're giving me. You stay with me a couple of days and you come back here and you're no good to anyone.
Handkerchief, Packy?
No, it's just hay fever. You getting in Dutch with the professors and Katie's sore at me. And I just walked out on a new job.
You can have me if you'd like, Mike.
Me too, Alpha, if he'll have us.
You bet I will. Well, Packy, what do you say?
It's a lovely day, ain't it?
Of tonight's stars, only James Craig has visited us before. And now Margaret O'Brien, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn join him in a curtain call.
It's well being here, Mr. DeMille. Say, Marcia, did you know that Keenan Wynn has a wonderful name?
Well, both he and his father have made it famous, Margaret.
Tell me your whole name, Mr. Wynn.
No, I don't think we have time. This is only an hour program.
We'll start on it anyway.
Well, Francis Xavier Aloysius James Jeremiah Keenan Wynn.
Gee, I always wondered, if yours name's that big, how long is your daddy?
Ed.
We have a couple of fine athletes here tonight, too, Margaret. Did you know that James Craig used to be a prize fighter?
Were you as good as Joe Louis, Mr. Craig?
Well, I don't know, Margaret. I never fought him. He might have a slight edge.
And then Keenan Wynn is a champion speedboat racer. I believe he holds the record for circumnavigating Manhattan Island in 39 minutes.
I guess that's even faster than Columbus did it.
By a slight edge.
Why aren't you in the history books?
Well, there are lots of things that aren't in the history books, Margaret. Good things. There's Lux Toilet Soap, for instance, the product behind this program.
Oh, I know all about Lux soap. My mother makes me wash with it.
Well, I knew you had a wise mother.
I agree with Margaret's mother, too, Mr. DeMille. Lux soap is a grand way to take care of your complexion.
Well, after seeing you two, who could doubt it?
What have you planned for next week, Mr. DeMille?
A delightful comedy, Marcia. The Paramount screenplay, Christmas in July. And our stars will be Dick Powell and Linda Darnell. Christmas in July is the story of a boy and a girl in love. And that's not likely to go out of style soon. But this particular drama has a gaiety and charm that make it a perfect way to welcome the coming of summer.
I remember the picture had a lot of surprises, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Good night.
That was a four-star performance, if ever I heard one. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Dick Powell and Linda Darnell in Christmas in July. This is Cecil B. DeMille from Hollywood.
And now, here's a question from Uncle Sam to housewives everywhere. If you had roast or stew or soup for dinner tonight, did you make sure that every drop of waste fat was poured into the salvage tin? Even the burnt or black drippings from the roasting pan? That fat turned into your butcher tomorrow will be made into war materials and rushed to our fighting men. Perhaps it'll help to make the sulfa drug that eases a wounded soldier's pain, or the tannic acid needed to treat his burns. There are countless other military uses for that waste kitchen fat of yours. It's needed for synthetic rubber, parachute material, and many life-saving medicines. Right now, the heavy fighting in France makes the need more urgent than ever. Before you throw away a single drop of used fats, think of that boy fighting in faraway lands whose very life depends on a constant, unceasing flow of supplies from home. To help shorten the war, to bring more of our men home safe, save all the waste fats you can. Put them in a tin can. Rush them to your butcher. Remember, he gives you 2 free red ration points and 4 cents for every pound you turn in. Save meat drippings, table scraps. Every bit counts. Save every precious drop now, while our fighting men need your help so urgently. Heard in tonight's play were Stan Farrar, Griff Barnett, Norman Field, Regina Wallace, Ed Emerson, Lal Chandmira, Charles Seal, Herbert Rollinson, Ferdinand Mounier, and Catherine Lewis. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Lois Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Dick Powell and Linda Darnell in Christmas in July.
makers of Campbell Soup present the Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Our offering for tonight deals with those fabulous creatures who are rapidly becoming a race apart, the professional flyers of the world. While not exactly unheralded and unsung, not that is in regard to their spectacular conquest of the air in which they span whole continents and oceans without pause or stop, but in such everyday routine affairs as getting the mail through, no matter how inaccessible the destination, how menacing the elements. It's a fact that their achievements are taken much too much for granted. But tonight we deal with such a group of men. In this instance, flying all over a South American republic whose capital is here called Barranca, who themselves see nothing more unusual or heroic in what they're doing than if there were so many radio producers. Only Angels Have Wings is the title of our offering. It's still remembered happily by those who saw it as a Columbia Picture production with Cary Grant, Gene Arthur, and Richard Barthelmess. Our guest star tonight is the beautiful and animated young lady from Hollywood who has rapidly worked her way into the affections of all of us with a number of distinguished and memorable characterizations, Miss Joan Blondell. But before our story begins, Mr. Ernest Chappell would like a word with the ladies especially. Chappell, sir.
Thank you, Orson Welles. And I'll be direct and to the point. Tell me, do you still go to the trouble of making vegetable soup at your house?
Frankly, Mr. Chappell, I do. When it comes to the other soups, I serve Campbell's, but my mother and her mother before her...
I understand, madam. Making vegetable soup is a sort of a tradition in your family. Is that so?
Why, yes, you might call it that.
And I respect that tradition. But that's just the reason I'd like you, particularly, to try Campbell's vegetable soup. Quite apart from the kitchen time it will save you, you'll find when you taste it that Campbell's vegetable soup has the same slow-simmered, rugged beef stock as yours. And in it, 15 different kinds of vegetables, wholesome and tender and flavorful.
15 different vegetables, did you say? Well, that's many more than I ever think of using.
Yes, I guess it is, but that's what helps to make Campbell's vegetable soup so extra tempting that when home cooks try it, they decide then and there to let Campbell's make their vegetable soup for them.
Well, I'm going to try it, Mr. Chappell. It certainly sounds like the kind of vegetable soup I want my family to have.
I think you'll find it so. And I hope that every woman listening who hasn't tried vegetable soup as Campbell's make it will do so, too. Will you? Soon. And now, Only Angels Have Wings, starring Orson Welles and Joan Blondell.
Oh, Purser.
Yes, Miss Lee.
How long do we stay in Barranca?
The ship sails at 4 a.m. We're sorry,
From the looks of this place, that'll be long enough. Where's a good place to go?
There's only one place, the cafe at the airport. It's called the Dutchman.
If I had a quarter for every time I've been in a dump in the tropics called the Dutchman. How do you get there?
Just up that street, miss. It's the only one.
Cut off my legs and call me Shorty. Yeah, I'm going to talk to that dame, Les. Right off the ship like that, I got a notion she'd like to meet up with a nice guy like me.
Yeah, the last time you had a notion like that, Joe, you got your jaw broken.
Yeah, well, how was I to know she was a female heavyweight champion of the Argentine? Hey, hiya, babe.
If you banana cowboys don't go away and leave me alone.
We're not the banana
What do you
cowboys.
guys want?
It ain't fair to ask us that quick. We just want to buy you a drink.
Are you Americans?
Beautiful, we're so American we don't even know the words of the Star-Spangled Banner.
Oh, why'd you say so? I'll buy you a drink.
Fair enough.
Oh, it sure sounds good to hear something that doesn't sound like pig Latin. Where you from?
Well, I'm Les Peters.
Yeah, and I'm Joe Summer.
In New York and Kansas, that's us.
Hey, what's your name?
Bonnie Lee.
Well, boys, I'm glad you found some social life for yourselves, but where's the mail? We dropped the mail bags in your office, Dutchie. That's good, Les.
That's where we first spotted you, Miss Lee, down at the boat when we was getting the mail.
Dutchie, this is Miss Lee.
How do you do?
You. Miss Lee, this gentleman here is postmaster and leading banker of Barranca.
Also the owner of the general store, when you're right, eh?
Manager, cook, waiter, and general staff of the hotel and restaurant you're in right now.
And outside of that, all right.
Pay no attention to them, Miss Lee. My name's John Van Ryder. Shake.
Hello, Dutchie.
Hey, Dutchie, bring us a bottle of scotch, huh?
Sure. Wait, just wait, Miss Lee. My scotch is marvelous. My scotch is marvelous.
Want to have a drink with us, Dutchie?
Sure, thanks, I will, but I'll have bourbon. I'll bring it right away.
Yeah, he makes his own peanuts, too.
Say, what are you fellas doing down here?
Yeah, same as everybody here. Working for the Dutchman.
Working at what?
We fly a little mail.
And things.
Here and there.
Who'd ever think there was a flying field in a place like this? Where is it?
What, the flying field?
Yeah.
Outside the door.
Yeah,
Dutchie owns that, too.
Yeah, you see, Dutchie owns the flying field, and we call it...
And muchas gracias, senor
Hello,
Dutchie.
Dad. Well, what you doing down here, Miss Lee? On your way back to the States?
Yes, if I don't get a job in Panama.
Ah, professional, eh?
I quit a show in Valparaiso.
Hey, Dutchie, leave that bottle on the table.
Hey, you boys, better go easy.
Yeah, what for? Why?
One of you has to fly the mail tonight.
Hey, I thought Tony was first out.
Now, Tony's got a touch of fever.
Hey, can you
Either
beat
you
that
or Joe.
thing?
Hey, he's right about drinking. If you boys are worried
We're
about...
not worried about who's going
Yeah,
out.
what we're worrying about is...
Who is going to take you to dinner?
Yeah. Who said anything about staying for dinner?
Well, we'll send you a formal invitation later.
Yeah. Say, how do you like your steak?
I don't know. You mean real American steak?
Well, I don't like to brag, Miss Lee, but how do you think I keep those boys down here?
Then I guess I'm staying for dinner.
I hate that noise. Ooh.
Joe Sutter, you're up next.
Hey, Joe, stand by. Check this clearance.
Not me, Jeff. I'm having dinner with Miss Lee.
What?
What's going on here? This is Miss Lee, Mr. Jeff Carter.
How do you do?
Hello, Miss Lee. I'm sorry, Joe. The mail goes on schedule instead of the pilot.
Now, since when, Jeff? Anyway, Les can take
I want Les to go to the warehouse and check over that stuff that came in on the boat.
Hey, that's an all-night job. What'd you think that up?
Just now. Come on, get going, Joe.
Yeah, but what about Miss
Don't
Lee?
you worry about Miss Lee. I'll be glad to take up where you left off.
Look here, mister. I got something to say about this, you know.
Chorus girl?
No, I do a specialty.
So much the better. Pick up that stuff on your way back from Las Cruces, Joe. See you later, Miss Lee.
Well, you will you? Hey, who does that guy think he is?
You don't have to think who he is.
Yeah, he's the boss.
Well, he's not my boy.
Don't you bet on that.
Well, so long, Bonnie. I'll be seeing you.
Goodbye, Joe.
Now, be careful, Joe. No chances.
How can he fly in this fog?
Well, it's just on the ground. It's only 200 or 300 feet thick. And what he's waiting for is the heavy stuff piled up in a pass.
Sounds like double talk to me.
The only way of getting inland from here is through a deep pass. It's about 14,000 feet in a low spot. We keep a lookout out there all the time to tell us when it clears.
Call in Barranca. Call in Barranca. Call in Barranca.
Okay, Tex, go ahead.
That's the lookout I was telling you about, Bonnie.
How's it look up there, Tex?
Jeff, you better hold Joe down there for a while.
I can't. He's already gone. You ought to be able to see him by now.
I can't see the tip of my nose. Jeff, it's closing in again. You can't tell what this stuff will do.
Okay, Tex. Les, you better stand by and put out a flare in case I don't get hold of him.
Never mind the flare, Jeff. Little Joey heard every word. What'll I do, come back?
Yeah. Look, Joe, it's pretty thick down here. Start letting down. You get over the fog. I'll line you up and talk you in.
Say, Jeff.
What?
Will you tell that beautiful blonde I'm still in the running, huh?
Will you stick to business, Joe?
Well, all I want to do is order 2 steaks for dinner.
Come on, everybody, out in the field.
Hey, Jeff. Hey, Jeff, I said all I want to do is order 2 steaks for dinner. How about it, Dundee?
Everything's okay, Carter.
Okay, Joe. Let's get going, kid.
Whatever you say, Jeff.
Plug in that field set. Get the big light ready.
Already done,
Run it
Jeff.
straight up.
Straight up it is. Awful cold out here.
Light the bulbs.
Okay.
Joe Southard, Joe Southard.
Okay, Jim. Coming down. On top of the fog is 1,500.
He's higher than I thought, Jeff.
Watch carefully, Joe. We're turning on the lights.
Here they go.
There you are, Joe. Can you see him?
No, not a thing. Can't even see the glow.
Must be thicker than it looks.
It's pretty thick, all right.
Hey, pipe down on that piano. Cut it with a knife, all right, if you can see through to find a knife.
Cut that out!
I know just how Joe feels.
Now, look, Joe. Joe, pay attention. It's all closed in down here. You're west of the field. Joe, west of the field. You fly due east. Fly due east. Joe?
Fly 1,500 due east. Due east is 1,500.
Blink your motor, Joe. All right, Joe, you're passing over the field. Now go 1 mile, turn 180 degrees, and start letting it down. Watch for the lights.
He sounds a little south, Jeff.
Joe, you're a little south. A little south.
Okay, Jeff. Turning north.
I'll switch the light, Jeff.
Here I come. 1,200. 1,000. 800. 600.
Hey, Joe. Joe, you're coming in too high. You overshoot the field. Maybe it's better, Joe. Joe, make a turn. Go further back. Try it again.
Okay. I'm turning.
Look, Joe, can't you see the lights?
Nothing that even looks like a dim candle.
His line was okay, Jeff.
Yeah. Joe, your direction was perfect. Be sure to keep the same line.
All right, Jeff. I'm turning. Here I come.
Cut up 100, Sid.
500. 400.
Take it easy, Joe. Take it easy.
Shut up, Dutchie.
300.
Go now, Joe. Cut her.
I'm down to 100 now, Jeff.
Jeff, that doesn't
Joe,
sound...
pull her up. Pull up. You're heading for the tree.
No, that's not quite.
Look, Joe. Joe, you had the wrong line, Joe. You're way off.
Okay, Jeff. Jeff, it's all the lights. I'll get it next time.
Nothing doing, Joe. Don't take any more chances. You got 3 hours gas, so you better stay up there and cruise around.
In 3 hours, our Jeff will be almost on the boat by then.
Listen, I told you to stick to business. Now get up and top cruise around till it opens up down here.
That's right, Jeff. Don't let him do it.
Oh, Jeff, give me one more chance. Hey, Jeff, I think I see a hole. Yeah, I do see one.
Joe.
I'm coming down, Jeff.
Listen, Joe, you got your orders. Stay up there and quit worrying about that blonde.
It's all right, Jeff. I see the light. I'll make it easy.
Listen, Joe. Now pull up. Pull up your head for that tree. Joe. Get the wagon. In case you have to cut him out.
Okay, Jeff.
Dutchie, telephone the police. Tell them to clear the field and keep it that way. Hurry up.
Jeff, right away. You don't know you called you could, Jeff.
Yeah, Mr. Wise Guy, all right.
Do something. You mean you're alive. Don't stand there. How can you stand there doing
Cut it
nothing?
out. Haven't you caused enough trouble?
Call in Miranda. Call in Miranda.
Go ahead, Tex.
Hey, Jeff. It's all cleared up now. Hey, Jeff, the pass is clear. Jeff, did you get Joe down all right?
All except for one tree that's stuck up too high.
Oh, Mr. Carter.
Yeah?
Mr. Carter, do you think it was my fault what happened out there?
Sure, it was your fault. You were going to have dinner with him. The Dutchman hired him. I sent him up on schedule. The fog came and a tree got in the way. All your fault. Forget it. If you want the honors, come on, let's eat.
I will not.
All right, Jeff.
All right, Les, where you been?
Down at the warehouse, checking up on those spare parts for you, like you told me. I hear I missed all the excitement around here.
You sure did, Les. Gonna eat?
Sure.
Are you gonna change your mind, Miss Lee?
Certainly not.
Here's your steak, miss. Here's the other one who wants it.
Put it right here.
Yes, senor.
Hey, coffee.
Will you have some coffee, miss?
No.
Yeah, the steak looks fine.
How can you do that?
Do what?
Eat that steak.
Yeah, what's the matter with it?
It's his.
Look, what do you want me to do? Have it stuffed?
Haven't you got any feelings? Don't you realize he's dead?
Who's dead? You know anybody around here who's dead, Les?
News to me. Who's dead?
Joe.
Joe?
Joe who? Anybody know a Joe?
What's the matter with you? He was sitting here talking with us and laughing just a few minutes ago, and now...
News to mother and tell her there's no
bother you like that? Don't say I told you, Jeff, but she slapped your face.
I know. Hey, you.
So
You little fool. Why don't you use your head? Come on, stop it.
Oh, I don't know how you can act like this. Why, that poor kid.
Yeah, I know. He's dead.
Yes, he's dead.
That's right. He's been dead for about 20 minutes. And all the weeping and wailing in the world won't make him any deader 20 years from now. If you feel like bawling, how do you think we feel?
I know how I feel.
If you go on outside and walk around, stay there until you can pull all that together. If you can't do it, don't come back at all.
Hi, lady.
Oh, didn't mean to make a scene, but
Don't call me mister. Call me kid.
Oh, okay, kid. You see,
I know. That's why I followed you out here. I kind of figured...
Kid, can you kick real hard?
Well, maybe you don't need it.
I think I'd feel better. You know, all my life I've hated funerals. Fuss and the bother that never brings anybody back and just spoils them, remembering them as they are. And yet when I see people actually facing it that way, I'd act like a sap. You know, this flying business is all new to me.
Oh, you'll learn, or you won't, and then it won't make any difference.
This sort of thing happens very often.
Well, that depends on the weather and the luck. We've drawn spades twice in the last 3 months, not counting this one.
Suppose you'll be at it again tomorrow.
Tonight, if it clears.
You must love it. Flying, I mean.
Oh, why do you think we came to this kind of a place?
Just like being in love with a buzzsaw. No future in it. What is there about it that gets you?
Huh?
I said, what is there about it that gets you?
Oh, I've been in it 22 years, and I couldn't give you an answer that make any sense.
That's funny.
Well, what's so funny about that?
My dad used to say.
Flyer?
No, trapeze, high stuff. He wouldn't use a net.
Not much future in that, either.
We found that out. So tell me about this head man, this Jeff over here. Does he go up too?
Well, only when he thinks it's too tough for anybody else.
Well, that just goes to show you how wrong you can be.
Well, I've been Jeff's closest friend ever since he was old enough to have friends. And you can take it from me. You got no idea how wrong you can be about him if you're a girl. He's the greatest guy in the world, but he's an awful good guy for a gal to stay away from.
I'll remember that. Thanks.
But stick it on if you want to. You want a drink or two, help yourself. Good night, Miss Lee.
Bye, Dutchie.
Drop in again sometime when you come this way.
Thank you, I will.
All finished?
All finished.
Yeah.
Goodbye, mister. Too bad Barranca's so far from Brooklyn.
What's your hurry? It's only a few minutes after 12. Your boat doesn't sail till 4 o'clock.
When are you going to get some sleep?
After your boat sails. How about a drink?
Aren't you just wasting your time?
Well, that's a point that's open to argument.
But I'm afraid of
What?
those arguments.
What's the matter with them?
Oh, they're too one-sided.
Well, no hard feelings.
Your apologies accepted. So tell me something, will you? What was she like, anyway?
Who?
That girl that made you act the way you do. Still carrying a torch for her, aren't you?
Got a match?
Don't you ever have any?
No, don't believe in laying in a supply of anything.
Matches, marbles, money, or women?
That's right.
No looking ahead, no tomorrows, just today.
That's right.
Is that why she gave you the air?
Who?
That girl.
Listen to me. I wouldn't ask any woman. Did you ever know a woman who didn't want to make plans, map out everything, get it all set?
Well, if
I
that's
don't
a
blame them,
crime.
I guess. It's the only way they can operate, run a home and have kids.
Didn't you ask her to?
Who?
That girl.
I told you I wouldn't ask.
What if she was willing to?
That's what they all say. Women think they can take it, but they can't. The minute you get up in the air, they start calling the airport. When you get down, you find them waiting for you, so scared they hate your insides.
Oh, girl.
No, if there's anything else you'd like to know about me, I'd be only too glad. Would you like to go over to my room? Got some letters from home. Pictures of my father and mother. Pictures of me the first time I went up in the air. Pictures of my first crash.
Pictures of you when you were a baby?
I don't remember. Want to go and look?
Sure.
Okay. See that door?
Uh-huh.
Okay. We'll open it. Keep right on going. Just follow your nose, and it'll take you right back to the boat. And take care of yourself, you silly kid.
To take care of myself, I've been taking care of myself.
Oh, Jeff. What is it, kid?
Tex just called from the lookout. He says the pass is cleared.
All right. Wind up number 7, put some coffee in it.
Already did.
So long, Bonnie. Have a nice trip.
Hey, wait a minute. Gone up yourself?
Sure.
When will you be back?
Next week, 2 o'clock.
What is it now?
Just gonna kiss you goodbye. There.
What do you want me to say? Thank you?
That's what you feel like saying. Let's try it again. I kind of like it. So long.
Things certainly happen fast around here, kid, don't they?
Uh-huh.
You are listening to Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Only Angels Have Wings with Joan Blondell. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
¿Quién sabe por dónde andaba? ¿Quién sabe qué aventura tendrá que lejos está de mí? Si puedes tú con Dios hablar, pregunta si yo alguna vez he dejado de...
This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of Only Angels Have Wings. But first, if you want to know what people eat, ask your grocer. I have a grocer friend I see quite a lot of. I like to check my ideas with him, sort of get his ideas about the things I tell you from week to week. The other afternoon, I was chatting with him, and I asked him, among other things, if he had noticed that more and more of his customers were giving up making soup at home. He nodded and pointed to the shelf where he keeps his Campbell soup. Every morning, he said, I'd stock that shelf full. Well, look at it now. That's the best answer I can give you. And you know, to me, that seemed a pretty good answer, too. Now, I'm wondering, perhaps you are drawing regularly on the Campbell soup shelf at your grocer's. Perhaps you're enjoying your favorite soup as Campbell's make them. Fine-flavored, nourishing, really home-like soups. But if not, if you haven't yet turned your soup making over to Campbell's, won't you try them? I believe your family will enjoy them so keenly that, well, you'll decide then and there to let Campbell's make all your soups for you. Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Only Angels Have Wings, starring Orson Welles and Joan Blondell.
What are you doing, Jeff? Setting records? That was a pretty quick trip you made.
Shut up, kid.
I still say it was a pretty quick trip.
What do you mean quick?
Well, it wasn't slow.
When you're in a ship, you go as fast as the ship. You ought to know that by now.
Sure, and a ship's got to go as fast as you want it to. I know that, too.
All right. Let's have a hot cup of coffee. Carlos, a hot cup. What do you say? A prisa, pronto.
Ya voy.
Have some, kid?
Nope, I had already. But if you're looking for company for breakfast, that table right back of the post...
What do you mean, that table? Oh. What are you doing here?
Having a breakfast?
Is your boat still in? I don't see it from here.
No, you don't.
Aquí está. Váyate. Happened to get left behind.
No, just...
Yeah, well, go on.
Well, I told the man to put my trunk on the dock.
Why?
Well, I couldn't stay over without having anything to wear now, could I?
It's been done.
That's funny. Here, by all rights, I ought to be sound asleep on that boat, far out to sea, and yet...
She's not so far out to sea as you think, lady.
What isn't?
The boat. Hey, kid.
Yeah?
Put some more gas in number 7. Call up Santa Maria and have them hold the boat till we get there. Where's your luggage?
Over there.
Good. Well, what are you waiting for, kid?
That boat doesn't stop at Santa Maria this trip.
Why not?
They have no bananas.
They have no bananas?
Yes, they have no bananas.
Look, mister, you don't have to bother about me.
James, not me. I don't get burned twice in the same place.
There's another boat leaving next week. I'll be on it.
Good. I gotta get some sleep. See you later, kid.
Well, Barney, if you're going to be here for a week, we better find some place for you to park.
Thanks, kid. I won't need a parlor, just a nice room with a bath.
To tell you the truth, Barney, I know we ain't got a room with a bath. I hope I can find you one with a room.
Hey, Dutchie.
All right. I'm only the owner. What is it?
That's what I mean. You're behaving like a guest.
Oh, I got to go someplace, eh?
Right. You gotta meet the southbound boat, Dutchie.
Why don't you send less?
It ain't polite to send less. We got that new flyer coming in. Go on, Dutchie. Make him feel good. You know, go and meet him in person. You kind of get the idea you care. See what I mean?
You sure you ain't just sending me down because I look comfortable?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons.
Oh.
What's that new guy's name, Les?
Byfield, eh?
Yeah, that's it. Byfield.
Well, who is he? Where'd the...
what's the difference, Dutchie? As long as he can fly, we can't afford to be too fussy down here. Go on down and meet the boat, Dutchie.
All right. The owner should go. The owner should sweep out too, and the owner should make the drinks, and the owner should...
Number 7, calling Barranca. Number 7, calling Barranca.
Go ahead, kid.
Let me talk to Jeff, will you?
Hello, Grandpa.
Say, Jeff, you need an elevator to get down in this place.
I told you nobody could set down that canyon, Jeff. It don't make sense.
Makes sense if you do it. What's the matter? The wind bad?
Man, did you ever sit down in here, Jeff?
Yeah, once. It's about as easy as getting a piano over a transom. Come on back if you can make it.
Okay, I'm coming back.
Well, here's the mail.
Hello. Where's the new pilot?
He's putting his things in his room.
I'll give you a hand with those bags in a minute, Dutchie.
All right.
Don't strain yourself.
No, sir. Yes, sir.
Quite all right, Dutchie. Quite all right.
Your room all right, Mr. Byfield? It'll do. Well, let's get you acquainted around here. This is Mr. Byfield, our new flyer.
Welcome to our fair city.
Les Peters.
How are you?
Hello. Pete Shelton.
How are you?
How are you? Too early to buy a drink?
Yeah, I guess not. Let's sit down. Hey, where you from?
Mexico City.
What kind of stuff are they using up there?
Oh, some old Fokkers and Fords. Oh, Jeff.
Yep.
This is Mr. Byfield.
Yeah. Glad to see you, Mr. Byfield.
Well, gents, drinks?
No, we won't be drinking with this guy.
What's this all about?
Your name isn't Byfield at all, fella. It's Ashton Stevens.
Did you say Stevens, Jeff?
That's what I said, Les.
Bat Stevens?
That's right. My name's Stevens. Bat Stevens.
Well, what of it, Les?
He's not the first guy that came down here under a different name.
No, Pete, but he's the first pilot who will have bailed out of his plane and let his mechanic crash.
Oh, that's the way you tell it.
Yeah, that's the way I tell it, Stevens. If you like to make anything out of it...
Les. Stevens, did you know the kid was working down here?
What?
He is.
No, I didn't know it. Look, Jeff, maybe you tell poor old Dutchie what this is all about. He doesn't know anything. What's the kid got to do with it?
Nothing. Except that it was the kid's younger brother that was killed when this guy took to his parachute.
What? Yeah, I've had enough of this guy.
Me too. Come on, Les. Let's find another tape.
Right. Come on, Jeff.
That's good enough for me.
Oh, you're not so particular, huh?
No. I don't think even you could spoil my breakfast.
Thanks. I'm not used to these small favors.
Sorry I said it. Not used to being around people like you. As long as I gotta talk to you, Stevens, here's a piece of news for you. That was the kid that come in on that ship just now.
What? Jeff, what are we going to do? What are we
Quiet, Dutchie. Better make yourself scarce, Stevens, because for your information, the kid carries a gun.
Say, you're getting kind of careful of me all of a sudden.
I'm not worrying about you. I just wouldn't like to have the kid doing it. It'd be kind of inconvenient for me right now if they slapped the kid in the who's gun.
Well, I'll have to meet him sooner or later, won't I?
Yeah, maybe you're right. Anyhow, it's your funeral. Might be, too, at that.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, kid.
Whew, it's hot down here on the ground. Give me some cold water, Dutchie.
Okay.
Who's got a match? Hey, what's the matter? It's like walking in the graveyard. Oh, hello there. You the new guy?
He's the new guy.
Well, welcome to our city.
Hello, kid.
Hey, wait a minute. I know you.
Yes, I think you do.
Yeah, sure. Long time no see, Stevens.
That's right.
Get easy, kid.
Okay, Jeff, okay. You know what I think of you, don't you, Stevens? Let's go ahead. 2 years ago, I'd have broken your neck.
Well, there's nothing I can say, I guess.
That's right. Just you keep out of my way. I might still do it.
It's none of my business, Jeff, but I don't know why you stopped.
You're right, Les. It's none of your business.
Father, listen, you gotta believe me. I had no idea that
Nothing
he was
you
down
can say that I'll believe, Stevens. As long as you fly where I tell you, all right.
Jeff, you're not gonna put this guy to work.
You remember we was talking about things that were none of your business, Les?
Now, wait a minute, Jeff. I'm not going to allow you...
Who's running this airline, Dutchie?
Wait.
You are. That's what I mean. Come on with me, Stevens. You do some pretty queer things, Stevens.
Byfield's the name.
Yeah, Byfield, that's what I'm talking about. What made you think you could get away with coming
Let's
down
get this over with. When does the next boat leave?
Got enough dough for your passage?
No.
That's swell. Wonder if I could...
Could what?
Cram you down their throats.
That bunch out there? Well, I wouldn't mind choking a few of them.
Well, here it is. Every now and then we get a job around here that I wouldn't send a friend of mine out on, see? Wouldn't even go myself. Well, it looks like that might be a spot for you.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Kind of nice for me, having someone I can send out in any kind of weather. Any kind of job and only worry about the ship getting back.
Yeah, some of those ships aren't worth much.
Mm-hmm, that's just it. Still want the job on those terms?
I don't know any other way I'd want it.
Hey, Jeff.
What is it?
Well, they're loading number 8 with nitroglycerin.
I know. Taking it to the oil fields on your way out.
Say, Jeff, we aren't supposed to fly that stuff with the mail?
I know we aren't, Dutchie.
There's nothing in my contract that says I'll fly nitroglycerin.
You're getting $1.50 a mile for doing
Not me.
What?
Jeff, I saw a guy blow a tire once. I was way down on the other end of the field, and it broke a bottle in my hip pocket.
Give me a map, Pete. Byfield.
If you're figuring on me flying nitroglycerin...
That's just exactly what I'm figuring. You took this job with the understanding...
Okay. Only nitroglycerin. Well, you weren't kidding me, were you?
I never kid people I don't like. Hey, Dutchie.
Yeah?
Figure out Pete's time. You're through,
Hey,
Pete.
what's the matter with you? Wait a minute, Jeff. You can't blame that boy.
I'm not blaming him, but he's fired, that's all. Sorry, Pete.
Jeff, I don't like the way you're...
You better clear the field before Byfield takes off, Dutchie. It's nitro, you know.
My goodness, yes. I didn't think of that at all.
It'd be a little late to think of it after he hits the nitro.
Hey, don't come in. Don't come in.
Who's that?
Me. I'm taking a bath.
Now, this is my room.
Take it in my room if I could. Can't bet take a bath in a wash basin, you know.
All right, hurry it up.
I'm hurrying.
What's that?
What's what?
All this cooking.
Oh, that's coffee. Don't touch it. It's hot.
Yeah.
You'll burn yourself.
Boiling, wait a minute. Ouch!
I told you so. Let me see this. That is a burn. I'll put some butter on.
I don't want any butter on
My
it.
grandmother always used to use
You
butter.
kid, I want you to take this coffee pot out of here.
Ooh. I thought you never did that.
Did what?
Get burned twice in the same place. Where do you keep those pictures?
What pictures?
Those pictures of you when you were a baby.
Yeah, we're right back where we started, aren't we, Bonnie?
Oh, that was a million years ago. I know you a lot better now.
Oh, hey. Oh, your foot.
I just slipped on the
You
porch.
little chump, don't go walking around on it. Right?
Nothing's the matter with it. I just...
Hey, here, let me put you down somewhere.
It's not sprained. I just lost the heel off my slipper, that's all.
Now, why'd you say so?
Don't I have the darndest luck losing one heel right after another?
You're a queer duck, Bonnie.
So are you.
Hey, Bonnie. I want to ask you something, Bonnie.
Go ahead.
You want me to kiss you like this, carrying you, or you want me to put you down on your feet first?
Well, you can kiss me like this, and if you put me down, that way you'll get another chance.
Thanks. I just got no vision, I guess.
Jeff, you don't have to be afraid of me anymore. I'm not going to tie you down. I don't want to plan. I don't want to look ahead. I don't want to change anything. I love you, Jeff. There's nothing I can do about it. I just love you, that's all. I feel the same way about you the kid does. Anything you do is all right with me.
The kid?
Yeah. He doesn't ask you for anything or get in your way or bother you, does he?
He drives me nuts.
Hey, Jeff. Oh, I'm
Come in, kid.
Well, the boys are ready to test those motors, Jeff.
Okay, kid. So long, Bonnie.
You don't mean you're...
There you go. I told
think
you.
you'll leave it.
I'm a sucker for telling you this, Bonnie. I'd go anyway, but right now it's more important than ever. Dutchie's got a test contract with the government that expires tonight. If we make this flight okay, everything is Jake. If we don't, forget I explained it to you, will you, please?
Okay,
I didn't say
I'll
it.
forget, only...
Only you won't. What a sap I am.
That's something I'll
Oh,
remember.
by the way, Bonnie, take a look through this box. Maybe you'll be able to find it. It's somewhere in there.
What is?
That baby picture we were talking about. It's kind of cute. I'm nude on a bare rug.
I can't wait.
And keep the coffee warm, will you?
In on time. This kind of a storm, I thought sure that she'd be a little bit late.
Yeah, that'd be a lesson to you, kid. Even you can be wrong. Calling lookout! Calling lookout! Call lookout! Go ahead, Jeff. Stand by, Tex. The boat's in, number 4, and taking off as soon as the mail gets up here. Jeff, you can't get through this stuff. I don't expect to, Tex. Gonna try to go over the top. That doesn't sound so good to me. Me either, only I ain't sounding it, I'm flying it. Okay, Jeff. Face with that ship, kid?
All set, Jeff. Can't do any more. I took out all the seats and stripped it clean.
Well,
got out almost 400 pounds. You know, that's just more than twice what I weigh.
That's all you can do.
Now, look here, Jeff.
I heard you the first time.
But, Jeff...
You're not going, kid. Forget it.
Why not?
Forget it because I am. I'm not asking anybody to go out on a night like this.
You don't have to ask
I'm not letting anybody else go but me either.
I'll toss your coin for it. Heads, I go.
All right, we'll toss. Only heads, I go.
Oh, let me have heads, will you, Jeff?
No, heads, I go.
But I'd rather have heads. I'm superstitious.
Give me that coin.
Well, Jeff,
Oh. You're superstitious about heads, are you? Heads on both sides, that's all it is.
Well,
no wonder I've been buying you drinks all year.
Well, what do you know about that?
Dutchie, you went down to meet the boat.
Well, why ask me, Mr. Carter? What have I got to do with it? You are running this airline, aren't you? Stevens going to pick up the mail, Jeff.
Thanks, Joe.
For your information, Mr. Carter, I want to ask you a question. Don't you think you're crazy to try to fly in this kind of weather?
Get the lights ready on the field, kid.
Okay, Jeff. I've told you so many times that whatever... Oh, Jeff, whatever you do, don't think you have to do it for me. I know what it means, but I'd rather be broke. I don't care whether we get the contract or not. Understand?
Don't strain yourself, Dutchie. I'm flying. Using my room to take a bath once, but if you're starting in housekeeping...
I thought you might want a little coffee. Be careful. Boiling hot when I put it there. Don't burn yourself again.
Thanks, I won't. Anything else?
No. Have a nice trip, Jeff. We'll see you next week. 2:00.
Where you going?
Back to the States tonight.
Hey, isn't that the outfit you came to shore in?
How'd you remember that?
I got systems for remembering things. Got a match?
Hey, don't you think it's about time you started carrying some?
Pretty late to begin getting new habits,
You
isn't
never
it?
carry matches. No matter what anybody says to you, you never carry matches.
What's wrong?
You think you carry matches now and then,
What's
Jeff?
all this?
Oh. I'm sorry that you're so silly. I wanted to do this just the way you'd want me to. And I was all right up to the time I see that match, wasn't I?
Yeah, you sure was. Say, Bonnie, are you sorry about anything?
You.
No, I'm not. So long, Bonnie.
Aren't you going to kiss me?
Sure.
Oh, Jeff, I can't let you go.
Oh, but give me back my gun.
No, I won't.
You're crazy. Give me that gun.
You're not going to go, Jeff. You're not going to stay
Hey,
there.
put that down.
I want to see yourself.
Bonnie, you're just like all the rest, aren't you? Every other day.
You intend to go?
Yes, Oh. Go away, Bonnie. Go away.
I didn't mean to. I just didn't want you to go.
You don't aim good. All you got was my shoulder. Hey, what's going on, kid?
Shot.
Where's the first aid? Over in the corner. I've been covered there.
Well, send for a doctor, somebody. Who did it?
I did.
You? How did it happen?
I didn't want him to go.
Well, he's not going now. Now, boy, put some water on his stove. What about the bullet, Les?
It didn't come through. It's still in there.
How's it look, you lad?
It's all right. But you're not going to do much flying with it.
Hello, Bat. Hey, Bat, it's almost too much to ask you, Bat, but I guess you have to do it.
Yeah, I always arrive in time for good news. How were you going to get through all that stuff?
Over the top, the new tri-motor.
Will she go that high?
I'll see. You find out.
I'll see what you find out.
You want to take the kid with you?
Anything you pay up for orders.
Well, let me alone. Let me go alone.
Now, kid. You don't have to go Byfield. It's not that kind of a job.
That's fair enough. I'll see you out on the field in 5 minutes, kid.
What's our altitude, Stephen?
2,500. Don't you think we ought to get a radio check?
Yeah, give me the mic. Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca.
Go ahead, kid.
Hiya, Jeff. Radio check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wait a minute, kid. Wait a minute. You're calling. Try it again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That's better, but there's a lot of half, kid. You may have to repeat everything.
Okay. Calling Barranca. We're 3,500. 3,500. Still on instruments. Still on instruments. Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca. 8,000. 8,000. On top first layer. On top first layer. Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca. 14,000. 14,000. Picking up a little ice. We're to climb 320. To climb 320. Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca. 15,600. 15,600. Near ceiling. Near ceiling. I don't think she'll take much more.
Yes, she's beginning to mush.
Hold your hand. Here she goes. You all right, Stephen?
I'm all right. What do we got under it?
You're safe for 6,000.
I'll wait till the air gets heavier, then I'll straighten her out.
Yeah, I never saw one of these things yet that could sail through the side of a mountain.
I wonder what's wrong with the kid. There he is.
Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca. Go ahead, kid.
Jeff, we can't make it. Got almost 16,000 and the bottom came out.
All right, come on back.
Well, not a chance, Jeff. We're not coming back. We're going through the pass.
Listen, kid. Tex says it's closed in tight. Turn around, come back. Those are orders. You hear?
No dice, Jeff.
I order you.
Well, I haven't heard you for the last 5 minutes. Signing off.
Get Tex, Les. Tell him to look for them. Here, calling lookout. Calling lookout.
Go ahead, lad.
Now watch for number 4, Tex. They're going to try the pass.
They can't make it. It's close in thicker than glue.
We're not going to make it, Stephen. Get in one of those chutes and jump.
Is there any reason I can't stay with the ship, too?
You don't have to.
Which way is the path from here?
10 degrees north and 3,000 up.
Okay.
To the left.
Calling Barranca.
Go ahead, Tex.
They just went by here throttled down and feeling their way. I tried to talk to them, but they wouldn't answer.
Keep trying.
Okay.
Are you coming, Stevens?
Okay, only I don't like these big birds around here.
Oh, the pass is full of them this time of year. Condors. Hit one, she goes right through the windshield.
I don't like them. It's tough enough not knowing your direction without... Oh! Are you all right, kid? Are you all right?
Yeah.
Get out quick, jump!
Oh, I must have broken my... I can't move. You'll jump yourself.
No, not this time. You'll get down.
Go on, jump, you fool.
I made my last jump. We're turning back, and we're making it if we can.
Oh, if I could only move, I'd pick you up and... There, we're burning.
Yeah, we've been burning for over a minute.
Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca.
Go ahead, Tex.
Jeff, number 4 is on fire. Left outboard, nose motor. They're headed back to you, and I don't think they can make it.
Out on the field, everybody. Plugging that outside set. Listen, kid.
Yeah, their receiver's no good at that burner, Jeff.
Kid. Calling number 4. Calling number 4.
Look, Jeff, there they are.
The big torch, I don't see how they...
They'll never get her down.
Kid. Stevens, number 4. Jump. Sail out.
Hey, Travis, go on this way.
Get him on. Come on now. You all right, Stevens?
I'm all right, but the kid's hurt pretty bad.
Let me have him. Take him over there, boy.
Okay, easy now. Come on.
Look out, he's hurt bad. Easy. Take the kid inside, boys.
What's this?
Huh? Just a pat on the shoulder.
I'm all right, I tell you. If this doctor'd only quit them. Oh, Jeff, tell this guy to quit fussing with me, will you? I'm all right.
Leave him alone, Doc.
Oh, Jeff, give us a cigarette, will you?
Yeah.
How's the other guy?
Hands burned. One side of his face is on.
Stephen's all right, Jeff. He could have jumped, but he didn't, even after we was burning. He just sat there and took it like it was an ice cream soda. Well, Jeff, buy him a drink for me, will you?
Sure, I'll buy him a drink.
Oh, God, if it hadn't been for those birds, we'd have made it.
Sure you would.
Yeah. I might design a windshield at an angle, then they'd bounce off.
Not a bad idea.
I'll make you a present of it, Jeff. And, when I get on my feet, we'll work it out. Or will we?
Your neck's broken, kid.
Well, no wonder I couldn't feel anything. Well, I guess this is it, huh?
Always a chance.
Sure. Hey, Jeff, don't let anybody else in here, huh?
Whatever you say.
Oh, you see, I don't want them to see me. I'm not afraid, Jeff. I ain't scared, but I don't want anyone else to see me.
Sure, I know.
It's like doing anything new. It's just like my first solo. I didn't want anybody watching me then either. You see, Jeff, I don't know how good I'll be at this.
You want me to go too, kid?
Well, Jeff, I'd sure hate to pull a boner in front of you.
Sure, I know. I'll go. So long, kid.
So long, Jeff. Hey, Jeff, I think I'm going to take it fine. Yeah, I think you're going to be proud of me, Jeff.
Calling lookout.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Let me know the minute it clears, Tex. We're all set to go down here.
What about the kid, Jeff?
Broke his neck. Took off a few minutes ago.
Oh.
Hello, Pete.
I took care of everything on the field.
Thanks. Give me a drink, will you, Dutchie?
Yeah, you better make me one too, Dutchie.
What is it, Stephen?
Somebody said you wanted to see me.
Yeah, the kid asked me to buy a drink.
Oh, thanks. Hey, Dutchie, put it over on the table here, will you?
Well, wait a minute.
What is it now?
Why not have it with us?
Sure. Why not?
Have a cigarette, Stephen.
How are the hands coming?
Oh, not bad.
Here's your drink.
Careful with those hands. You got it?
I'm all right.
Well, here's how. Here's to you, Bat.
Here's to you, Bat.
Thanks.
Well, so long, Les.
You going, Bonnie?
Nobody asked me to stay.
Well, aren't you going to say goodbye to Jeff?
Why?
Well, I think you ought to.
You do?
Yeah, I think he'd want you to.
You sure?
Well, he might not act like it, but I think he would.
Well, if you think I ought to.
Yeah, I think you should.
I don't mind doing it if you say so.
Yeah, I do say so.
You do? Well, guess I better go ahead and do it then.
Hello, Bonnie.
I thought I ought to. Well, Les said that he thought that before I'd go, I'd better. See, I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, then.
Well, all I wanted to say is that, well, he said that you'd like it, but I don't know. You know.
I know. You want me to carry matches from now on. Well, Bonnie, I make you a promise. I'll carry matches all the time.
Jeff.
All the time.
Jeff, you're crying.
You're crazy.
You're crying, Jeff. Oh, please don't. I'd never be
You'll never be able to what, Bonnie?
I'd never be able to say it.
Say what?
I was going to say goodbye.
Well?
Jeff, do you want me to stay or don't you?
Well, Bonnie...
Call in Barranca. Call in Barranca. Say, what's the matter down there? Call in Barranca.
Go ahead, Tex.
Say, Jeff, the storm's breaking up.
Yeah?
The wind's bumping down to a whisper.
Okay, how's the pass?
Clearing up faster than a cat can lick up cream.
Okay, let's.
Yeah, what is it, Jeff?
Wind up number 7, the pass is clearing.
The moon's breaking through.
Yeah, it's gonna be okay.
Here she comes. She's shining harder than $700.
Yeah?
On your way, Jeff.
Well, Dutchie, what do you say to that?
What can I say? Nobody cares.
The pass is clearing. We just got time to make it.
Well, who's going to fight?
I've got one good arm, haven't I?
Oh,
Dutchie, your contract's as good as in the bag.
Come on, Jeff.
So long, Bonnie. Keep that coffee warm. I'll be back for breakfast.
I won't be here. Going on the boat.
What?
Nobody asked me to stay.
Oh, they haven't?
No. You wouldn't ask anybody to do anything, would you?
That's right. Here, we'll flip a coin. Tails, you go. Heads, you stay. It's heads. Hey, you're not going to renege on this, are you? It was the kid's coin.
I won't stay that way.
You won't? It's got heads on both sides.
No, I got... What? Oh, Jeff.
That's better.
Well, aren't you going to kiss me?
When I get back. Yeah, maybe if I was to kiss you now, I wouldn't, Yeah. When I get back, Bonnie.
I guess it'll always be like that. When you get back.
You have been listening to Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Only Angels Have Wings with Joan Blondell. Mr. Wells will be back with us in just a moment, and in that moment, something of moment, particularly to the men among our listeners. Let me ask you, doesn't old-fashioned vegetable soup fit in with your idea of a hearty good eating? Picture a piping hot plateful of Campbell's vegetable soup at your place at the table. Its inviting look and the rich aroma and the curling steam sharpen your appetite. You dip in and bring up brimming spoonfuls of the deep-flavored beef stock and tender, luscious garden vegetables. And as spoonful follows spoonful, you continue to enjoy this vegetable soup of Campbell's down to the very last. And now tell me, isn't that a picture that appeals to you? Then don't you want to remind your wife to have Campbell's vegetable soup at supper tomorrow? And now, Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Miss Joan Blondell.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Orson Welles.
It is, ladies and gentlemen, with a slight feeling of presumption that I venture to introduce Miss Blondell this evening because, as you know, Miss Blondell, in private life, is the wife of Dick Powell, who was master of ceremonies on this very program for many months.
That's right. That's when Dick and I were married.
Yes, well, we all not only happily remember Dick, but also your own appearances on the program. And while I'm about it, let me thank you for your distinguished performance tonight, Joan.
I'm always delighted to appear here.
It must be a lot like coming home, what with Dick having been a master of ceremonies for Campbell's and you having been a guest star for Campbell's.
Say nothing of the two children eating Campbell soup every day.
Soup. Isn't that nice of you? Thank you.
Don't forget that.
I'm not likely to. You've certainly earned the right to regard yourself, Joan, as being one of the most important members of the Campbell soup family.
Right, I'm very proud of it.
We're very glad you are, and thank you again, Joan Blondell. Please come back to us very soon again. Miss Blondell, of course, Bonnie Lee. Here's the cast. Regis Toomey was the kid. Mr. Toomey's most recent picture, incidentally, is Northwest Passage, which he gives a distinguished performance as Mr. Webster. Edmund McDonald is Les Peters. Edgar Berrier, known to all Mercury fans, is Ashton Bat Stevens' alias Ernest Byfield. George Coulouris, another pillar, played Dutchie. William Allen is Joe Souther. Richard Bear Tex, the voice on the talkback. Richard Wilson was Pete, the piano player, and special hot piano effects were the responsibility of Mr. Ivan Ditmars, who was conducted and in part composed by his maestro Bernard Herrmann. Mercedes and Carlos Rufino were the Spanish singers, and Jeff Carter was your obedient servant. And now, as to next week. There's been in recent years a pleasing revival of public interest in the field of fiction for stories dealing with our beginnings as a nation. Easily the most distinguished worker in this field is Kenneth Roberts, whose series of early American novels has become a bestseller. High among these, along with his Northwest Passage, his Rabble in Arms, a fascinating chronicle of General Burgoyne's defeat at Saratoga by the desperate revolutionists under the inspiring leadership of a beloved officer, later to become even better known in American history as Benedict Arnold. Our guest star, we're pleased to announce Miss Frances D., happily remembered for her performance a few weeks ago in Come and Get It. She'll be with us again, as she promised. And so until then, until next Sunday in Rabble in Arms, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Suits, and all of us here in the Campbell Playhouse remain, as always, obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soup join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us in the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we present Kenneth Roberts' Rabble in Arms. And as our guest star in Rabble in Arms, you'll hear Miss Frances D. In the meantime, if you've enjoyed tonight's Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's vegetable soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I would like to ask a question to which I tell you in advance I expect no answer. What is genius and where did it come from? Genius is very rare, that much we do know. It is elusive, and not immediately recognizable. It cannot be purchased, nor can it be cultivated. So, rare, intangible, and not to be acquired by any means, then when is it, and what is its source? Aware that I've asked the unanswerable, I present you now with the words of the Roman writer Plutarch, half a century before Christ. Genius is a deity.
Where is my angel, Doctor?
Your what?
My angel. I'm lost without my angel.
I don't think I quite understand.
I thought I saw her sitting on my typewriter. But when I sat down to work, Doctor, she wasn't there at all.
Our mystery drama, Fallen Angel, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Ralph Bell.
Something special.
Our story concerns a writer. His name is Lawrence Maitland. Many think he's a genius. He thinks so himself. But genius or no, at the moment Lawrence Maitland is in serious trouble.
What went wrong? Something went wrong. What? What am I doing here? What kind of a place is this? How did I get here? I can't remember a thing. Oh, good Lord. What's happened to my memory? I can't live if anything's happened to my memory.
Yes, come in, please.
Dr. Kramer?
Yes?
I'm Jack Brody.
Oh, yes, Mr. Brody, come in. You wanted to talk to me about Mr. Maitland?
Yeah. Well, it all started at my place, you know, and Mr. Maitland ain't just a customer. He's like a friend, too.
Mm-hmm. Did he come to your place often, Mr. Brody?
Yeah, all the time. He never went no place else. When I say all the time, I mean when he was drinking, you know. But he wasn't always drinking. But there was months at a time he didn't drink at all.
A periodic drinker.
Yeah, well, he went on benders, you know, 2, 3, maybe 4 times a year.
And always at your place?
Yeah, right.
Well, why was that, do you suppose?
Well, I don't know. He wouldn't be recognized there. Not very likely. It's near the waterfront, you know. We don't get people from Mr. Maitland's kind of background as a rule.
Mm-hmm.
Well, him and I got to be what you might call friends. I mean, he knew I'd look after him.
How?
Well, when he'd get himself really boozed up, I'd call his taxi for him.
His taxi?
Yeah, it's the same one every time. The driver's a guy named Ivan Kaplan. He was like a friend of Maitland's, too. Ivan would take him home and get him to bed. And lots of times I'll even wake Mrs. Maitland up. He just knew what to do.
Yes, Mrs. Maitland told me. Would you care to tell me just what happened that night?
Morning. It was in the morning. About 11 o'clock, that's when I opened up. And, well, the place was empty when he come in. I hadn't seen him in some time, but I wasn't exactly surprised. I knew sooner or later he'd show up.
Hi, Jack.
Hey, Mr. Maitland.
I thought you'd never open up.
Well, never before 11, you know that. Well, what's your pleasure?
You know damn well what I drink. Make it a double.
Right. Water with it?
Beer on the side.
Well, it's your liver.
What's that? Who came in?
Customer. Yes, sir?
Beer?
Jack?
Please. Hey, Jack. I need another drink here.
Yes, sir. Be right with you, Mr. Maitland.
Now. Right now.
You want the same?
The same exactly. No, wait. I still have some beer left.
Double?
I said the same, didn't I? Who's that man? Enter the bar with a beer.
Him? I think his name is Jones.
You know him?
Well, just over the bar.
He keeps staring at me.
Huh? Well, maybe he knows you from someplace.
Impossible. I never do anybody like that.
Well, maybe he's seen your picture in the paper. I've seen it a few times. Hey, maybe he caught you on the TV, huh?
Cheap publicity. My publisher thinks it's important.
Well, sells books, probably.
My books sell themselves.
Yeah, well...
Jones. Is that his real name?
Yeah, that's what he told me. I think he said Jones.
Don't you know?
Oh, it's none of my business. He says his name is Jones. As far as I'm concerned, his name is Jones.
Well, tell you, Jones, to stop staring at me.
No, I don't think he's staring at you, Mr. Maitland. Look, what if he is? It don't mean nothing.
That's what you think. He's getting up.
Occasional beer is all he drinks.
He's coming over here.
Now, Mr. Maitland, come on.
He thinks he's going to start anything.
He wouldn't do that.
Well, how do you know? You don't even know him.
Excuse me.
Mr. Jones.
Get him away from me.
I was wondering if you'd care to have a drink.
No, Mr. Jones, come on.
Dirty little punk.
I just want to
tell me. I know what you want. I know all about you.
Please.
Disgusting.
Let go of me.
Mr. Maitland, come on. Come on, break it
I want to kill you.
Please.
You don't deserve to live.
Hey, what's that? Are you crazy? What'd you do that for?
I had to hit him. He's a maniac.
Well, he didn't hurt you, did he?
I'm calling the police. Guys like that, I know their type. I'm getting the police. You keep him right here.
He ain't going no place. He's passed out cold. Well, the Jones character was back in a flash with a cop. Mr. Maitland was okay by then. Well, pretty okay.
Mm-hmm.
He'd taken a cockeyed swipe at Jones, and Jones swings back, and he fell and hit his head. He talked plain enough, but he repeated himself a lot.
Kept asking what happened?
Yeah, just like in the movies. And where's my angel?
Angel?
Yeah. Naturally, I thought he meant his wife, so I went and phoned her. And meanwhile, they booked him at the station